In a sun-drenched garden, Lady Chloe weeps as she senses a deep sorrow lingering in the air. Lady Chloe gently strokes her small white puppy, Coco, pleading for the little companion not to pass away. Coco feels a strange heaviness taking hold as its tiny body becomes completely unresponsive to its own will. Chloe clutches her beloved friend tightly, lamenting that she still has so many things she wanted to do for it. As its vision blurs, Coco senses Chloe's overwhelming grief more acutely than anything else in the fading world. Heartbroken by the loss of her only friend, Lady Chloe's tears continue to fall in the quiet of the garden. Surrounded by a scent of pure love, Chloe whispers a final farewell to the dog who meant everything. 5 years ago, a carriage nearly struck a lonely stray puppy that had suddenly darted into the busy road. Inside the carriage, Lady Chloe asks what happened, while the coachman apologizes for the stray dog blocking their way. Chloe looks out and sees the small white puppy, immediately sensing a loneliness that mirrors her own heart. Despite the coachman's warnings about stray animals, Chloe firmly commands him to bring the small dog to her. The puppy wags its tail with pure joy as Chloe decides to take it into her care immediately. Lady Chloe showers the little pup with affection, marking the start of a beautiful and shared life together. The puppy, now named Coco, happily devours a meal from a bowl, relishing the comforts of its new home. A sudden, sharp scream rings out as Coco's playful energy leaves a messy trail of ink across the papers. Lifting the pup high with a radiant laugh, Chloe makes Coco feel like the happiest dog in the world. Back in the present, Coco lets out a soft, final bark as Chloe holds it one last time. With a single tear and a soft, divine glow, Coco prepares to leave the sister it loves behind. A vibrant rainbow bridges the sky as Coco begins a long journey toward the mystical Star of Dogs. 1 year later, at the Star of Dogs, countless happy canines play together in a lush, eternal meadow. Coco sits alone on the grass, watching a vision of Lady Chloe through a shimmering celestial window. In the shadows of the mansion, maids whisper that Chloe has become cold and isolated since Coco's death. They gossip about Chloe's dark powers and the House of Ardos, fearing she may soon lose her control. Watching from the heavens, Coco whines softly, saddened that Chloe has no one left to comfort her now. Coco imagines a world where a small pat on the head could make its sister smile once again. The divine god of dogs appears in a burst of golden light, greeted with reverence by the small pup. Around them, other dogs enjoy their afterlife, napping and playing happily under the warm, eternal sunshine. Despite the canine paradise, Coco only wishes to return and see Lady Chloe's smiling face one more time. Coco boldly asks to be reborn as a human, hoping to fulfill Chloe's wish for a daughter. The divine god of dogs tries to dissuade the pup, offering toys or delicious sweet potatoes instead. Rejecting every bribe, Coco insists on returning, declaring that it needs nothing in the world but its sister. Coco begs for the chance to become human, surprising the god of dogs with its absolute, selfless devotion. With a heavy sigh, the god of dogs admits that all dogs share this same unwavering, stubborn loyalty. He sets a strict rule. Coco must never reveal its true identity while living as a human girl. A shocking condition is revealed. Coco must return to the Star of Dogs after exactly 5 years have passed. Despite the limited time, Coco's eyes sparkle with joy at the prospect of being by Chloe's side again. The god warns that returning will be much harder after being human, but Coco accepts the challenge immediately. He shows images of human cruelty, but Coco argues it is bad too, having once broken household rules. Coco confesses to eating forbidden snacks and tearing tissues to prove its own mischievous, imperfect nature. A golden light seals the divine pact as the transformation begins with the touch of a paw. Coco is granted the ability to talk to animals and the power of foresight in its new form. Finally, the transformation process is complete, preparing Coco to reunite with the sister it loves so dearly. Filled with excitement, Coco prepares to leap across the rainbow bridge and back into the mortal world. A great whoosh sounds as Coco races down the rainbow path, leaving the dog paradise far behind. Other dogs bark out messages for their families, hoping that Coco will pass on their love below. Coco promises to deliver every message, its heart racing with the hope of reaching its sister again. With a joyful leap, the small white spirit dives through the clouds toward the earth far below. A young girl with light pink hair and bright purple eyes opens her mouth in a wide grin. Her eyes sparkle with a celestial light, reflecting the soul of the loyal companion that has been reborn. Looking up at a grand chandelier, Coco realizes it has finally returned to the mansion they once shared. A triumphant announcement marks Coco's arrival in the human world, heralding a new chapter in her journey. Coco marveled at her soft human hands and the strange absence of her wagging tail in this new form. The pink-haired girl stands in her frilly dress, still reeling from the shock of her sudden transformation. As she sleeps, a ghostly image of her former puppy self floats above her, a lingering celestial connection. Counting her fingers with a wide grin, Coco celebrates finally being able to join Chloe as a real family. After confirming she is 5 years old, she prepares to set off and find her beloved sister immediately. A loud oof sounds as Coco tumbles onto the carpet, discovering that human coordination is surprisingly difficult. Startled while still on the floor, Coco looks up as a voice calls out to her from the doorway. A blonde maid rushes in to check on her, and Coco quickly sits up to reassure her she's unhurt. The maid looms over the small girl, whose confusion grows when the conversation turns toward her having to leave. Coco's excitement for a walk is instantly crushed by the maid's somber expression and a sudden nervous apology. Sweating with anxiety, the maid clutches a document explaining that they aren't going outside for a fun stroll. A formal document is revealed, demanding Coco's eviction and the immediate annulment of her adoption from the house. Confused by the big word, Coco innocently wonders if an annulment is just some strange, flying type of sheep. The blonde maid stands in awkward silence, unsure how to explain the harsh reality to the oblivious, questioning child. The gravity of the situation finally hits Coco, her face contorting in a mask of pure, wide-eyed horror. Panicked thoughts race through her mind as she realizes she might be kicked out just minutes after returning. A golden frame displays a divine oracle once bestowed upon the ducal house of Ardos regarding a special child. The family was commanded to adopt a blessed child whose special powers would bring the Ardos house great prosperity. A sacred mark was said to appear on the chosen child whenever a holy relic was brought near them. 1 month ago, the mark vanished from Coco, leading the family to believe she was no longer the chosen one. Coco clutches her head in frustration, questioning why she's being discarded just because a mark moved elsewhere. Desperate to stay and meet Chloe, Coco urges herself to think of a plan to prove her worthiness. A bright light bulb appears above her head as a sudden, brilliant idea sparks in her determined purple eyes. Standing tall in her pink gown, Coco contemplates her next move to secure her place in the mansion. She wonders if the sacred mark might reappear if she undergoes a new test in her current human state. Coco suggests her plan to the maid, hoping that a change in circumstances might bring back her divine blessing. The maid looks skeptical, noting that it is highly unusual for such a sacred mark to vanish so suddenly. Despite the doubt, Coco remains resolute, her small form radiating a cute but fierce determination to stay. Confident that distinguishing herself is her specialty, Coco prepares to tackle her challenge with an easy-peasy attitude. With a proud, hands-on-hip stance, Coco resolves to perform a great deed to earn her right to stay. Arriving at the Ardo stables, Coco identifies the bustling building as the perfect stage for her heroic plan. Memories of playing ball with her sister here fill Coco's mind as she begins searching the grounds. While hiding, Coco overhears two men discussing a grave crisis involving a dying horse named Thunder. The groom and a man in green fret over Thunder's illness and his violent refusal to let anyone near. They discuss the horse's hunger strike and the numerous servants who have been injured by his aggressive kicks. Thunder, a majestic black horse with a wavy mane, lies weakly on the straw, looking utterly defeated and miserable. The man in green laments that Lord Russ's favorite horse will surely starve to death at this rate. As the men walk away to report the bad news, Coco peeks out, recognizing her sister's brother's name. A portrait of Russ Ardos reveals him as a powerful mage, though Chloe once warned he was no good. Spotting a flash of color near a wooden pillar, Coco's eyes widen as she realizes what she has found. Hidden deep in a corner is the old red ball she used to play with in her previous life. Coco triumphantly grabs the ball, her face lit with the thrill of finding a piece of her past. She leaps with joy, certain that this ball is the lucky charm she needs to reunite with Chloe. Approaching the stable stall, Coco startles the black horse by asking what distinguishing yourself is supposed to mean. Thunder's eyes bulge in shock as he realizes a human child can actually understand his neighs and speech. Coco casually confirms she can hear him perfectly, while the horse remains completely baffled by her strange ability. Looking closer at the horse's back, Coco notices a small, irritated wound that seems to be causing him distress. Thunder tearfully begs for help, confessing that his noble body is in pain because of a hidden thorn. Coco asks the horse to show her the injury, and Thunder sticks out his tongue to reveal the problem. Coco spots the tiny blue thorn embedded in Thunder's skin and confirms its presence with surprise. With a quick, deft movement, the small girl successfully extracts the painful thorn from the horse's body. Thunder tearfully admits his poor behavior stemmed from the agony caused by the hidden, irritating shard. The majestic horse scoffs at the incompetence of previous doctors who failed to locate such a simple injury. Standing by her old ball, Coco inquires about the meaning of achieving a great deed to prove herself. Feeling immense relief, Thunder flashes a rare, toothy grin of pure gratitude toward his tiny savior. Realization dawns on Coco that helping the horse is her chance to distinguish herself as a worthy family member. Radiant joy fills Coco's face as she beams, heartened by her success in helping her first front. A sudden creak sounds as the light-haired groom enters the stables, interrupted by the unexpected commotion. A serene, spiritual bond forms between the young girl and the horse, amidst a backdrop of blooming lilies. The peaceful atmosphere lingers as delicate white flowers symbolize the purity of Coco's selfless, helpful nature. Startled, the groom wonders how an outsider bypassed the estate's magical barrier to reach the sensitive horse. Coco proudly introduces herself, explaining that she is the one who finally cured Thunder's mysterious ailment. Peering through a magnifying glass, the skeptical man examines the horse, unable to believe a child succeeded. The groom is shaken to discover Thunder's health has indeed improved significantly, thanks to the small girl. He realizes that a child facing eviction has performed a miracle, providing him with a wicked opportunity. Calculating his next move, the man decides to steal Coco's credit to curry favor with Lord Russ. He asks Coco to confirm her story once more, his mind racing with a devious plan for promotion. Seeing no other witnesses, the groom greedily decides to claim the healing miracle as his own achievement. The man cruelly mocks Coco, insisting she was only dreaming and that a child couldn't possibly heal Thunder. Dismissing her claims as mere sleepiness, the groom ushers Coco toward the exit to keep his secret safe. A loud thud echoes as the stable door is slammed shut, leaving Coco alone and frustrated outside. Stunned by the man's blatant lie, Coco reaches out toward the closed door in a desperate plea. While the groom dreams of a grand reward, Coco panics, realizing her hard-won achievement is being stolen. A senior veterinarian marvels at Thunder's rapid recovery while continuing his detailed examination with a magnifying glass. The deceitful groom smugly accepts the praise, acting as if the difficult task was a simple matter. As the man boasts about his supposed skill, a loud boom signals the arrival of the stable's master. Lord Russ arrives at the stables with an intense expression, immediately demanding to know where his horse is. Moving with purpose, the dark-haired lord explains he was too distracted by worry to focus on his training. Russ questions the specific nature of the horse's illness, causing the lying groom to stammer in nervous confusion. Sensing something is amiss, Russ looks closely at the man, his eyes narrowing with a growing, cold suspicion. The groom flinches as Russ calls his story suspicious, desperately trying to prove Thunder now obeys him perfectly. Instead of obeying, the black horse glares with murderous intent, ready to strike the man who lied. Russ dryly observes that the horse seems far from friendly toward the man, who sweats under the pressure. A sudden crunch sounds as Thunder delivers a painful blow to the groom, exposing the man's complete lack of control. Seeing the horse gallop away with such vigor, Russ is satisfied that Thunder has truly regained his strength. Russ offers a hug to his beloved companion, but is shocked when Thunder ignores him and continues running. The groom gasps in disbelief as the horse charges toward the grassy fields beyond the stable walls. Rubbing his neck in confusion, Russ wonders why his loyal horse has suddenly chosen to ignore him today. Thunder gallops joyfully toward Coco, who greets him with open arms as she waits in the meadow. A heartfelt reunion unfolds as Thunder nuzzles Coco, proving that her kindness created a bond stronger than any. The men watch in total shock, baffled by the strange child and Thunder's sudden display of extreme affection. Fearful of being caught, the men rush to drag Coco away, but she shouts for them to stop. Coco stands her ground against the approaching men, her purple eyes shining with a fierce, determined spirit. Russ pauses as Coco's name triggers a distant memory, while the groom frantically accuses the girl of lying. Coco reveals the blue thorn as definitive proof, causing Russ to investigate the small object with genuine interest. A memory of the earlier confrontation plays out as Coco realizes she must fight for her own credit. Fearing she will lose her chance to see Chloe, Coco paces back and forth, searching for a solution. A literal light bulb appears as a brilliant idea strikes the girl, her gaze sharpening with newfound resolve. Thunder continues his story, explaining his long absence abroad and the origins of the painful thorn he carried. Thunder explains he ate flowers on the plains, accidentally getting a thorn stuck in his tongue. A light bulb flashes as Coco has a sudden epiphany about how to solve the horse's problem. Coco triumphantly presents the blue thorn as definitive proof of the cause of Thunder's recent illness. She notes the timing matches perfectly, as Thunder's health declined immediately upon returning to the ducal estate. Russ examines the tiny wound on Thunder's tongue, finally acknowledging that the small girl was entirely correct. A magical, sparkly aura surrounds Coco and Thunder as they share a moment of pure, heartfelt joy. The deceitful groom breaks into a cold sweat as Russ realizes he has been played for a fool. A heavy boom sounds as Russ looms over the kneeling groom, demanding an explanation for his lies. The groom pathetically begs for mercy, while Coco watches, slightly intimidated by the intensity of Russ's anger. Russ silences the man before turning to Coco, asking for confirmation of her identity with growing curiosity. He questions if she is a maid or a vet. causing the groom to flinch in the background. Coco strikes a proud pose, surprising Russ, who reacts with a comical look of total disbelief. Russ clutches his head in shock, struggling to believe his family adopted a daughter while he was away. He recalls hearing rumors of an oracle-blessed child, though he had previously dismissed them as unimportant. Russ skeptically refers to her as a scruffy kid, but Coco indignantly shouts that she isn't one yet. Coco explains her plight of being discarded for lacking a stigmata, despite her recent heroic deed. Russ smirks while calling himself a powerless rascal, a claim Coco immediately tries to refute. A soft glow surrounds Coco as she mentions meeting Chloe, causing Russ's expression to turn serious. Russ stares at the tiny girl, his mind racing with suspicion about her sudden appearance and motives. A mysterious hand plucks a purple blossom from a garden filled with dark, thorny vines. Chloe lies in a deep slumber, her form shadowed by an oppressive aura of dark flowers and thorns. Russ's internal thoughts reveal a deep-seated fear that Chloe's current unstable state is far too dangerous for Coco. A dark warning echoes through the shadows, emphasizing that approaching Chloe could result in a fatal outcome. Chloe's manicore is failing as she rejects her brother's concern, her power spiraling out of control. Russ identifies himself as her brother to express worry, only to be met with a cold dismissal. Radiant, dark energy flares as Chloe threatens him, her eyes glowing with a fierce, unstable power. Internal monologues explain that Chloe's instability worsened after her dog died, making her annex off-limits. Russ tries to steer Coco away from her request, warning her that meeting Chloe is currently impossible. Coco remains completely resolute, her purple eyes shining with a determination that ignores all warnings of danger. Russ watches the horse and the groom, contemplating the strange bond the little girl has already formed. As the men walk away, the mystery of the scruffy kid continues to linger in the air. Russ scoffs at the suggestion of Coco and Chloe getting along, dismissing the idea as an impossibility. A vision of the past shows a radiant Chloe laughing while holding a small, fluffy white dog. A young girl joyfully hugs Thunder in a field of daisies, reflecting a time of peace and happiness. Coco arrives at the estate annex, her face lit with excitement as she nears her sister's location. The blonde maid looks worried as Coco insists on entering Chloe's annex despite the known risks. Coco's attention is caught by a sudden, quick spark as she spots a grand structure nearby. A massive stone monument stands amidst the flowers, guarded by maids who watch it around the clock. Coco is stunned to learn the structure is even bigger than her own father's grave. She beams with joy upon realizing the grand building is actually a memorial for a beloved puppy. The maid explains the dog lived a full life, reaching an age equivalent to a human grandparent. Coco's eyes well up with tears as she insists the dog was still just a baby puppy. The maid nervously agrees with Coco's outburst as they approach the towering golden entrance gates. Standing before the gate, the maid regretfully informs Coco that she cannot accompany her any further. Heavy chains and dark flowers signify that Chloe's estate is under a strict, magically enforced semi-confinement. Coco waves goodbye, promising to return safely as she prepares to face the challenges ahead. Her small hand grasps the handle, and with a heavy clunk, the door begins to swing open. A loud creak sounds as Coco peeks inside, her heart racing with the thrill of the infiltration. A tall, auburn-haired maid looms over Coco, her sharp gaze demanding to know the reason for her visit. The stern maid identifies herself as Chloe's attendant, while Coco nervously presents her letter of introduction. The auburn-haired maid refuses to let Coco enter, offering instead to relay a message to the sleeping Chloe. Coco enthusiastically accepts the long wait, her purple eyes shining with a child's boundless and innocent optimism. Rhythmic footsteps sound as the maid leads the way, with Coco following behind with determined, quick strides. A sparkly golden emblem highlights Coco's proud declaration of her incredible patience for those she deeply cares about. A tender memory surfaces of a small white puppy waiting faithfully outside a sun-drenched, elegant door. In the vision, a younger Chloe laughs radiantly while embracing her fluffy white dog amidst a field of roses. Back in reality, Coco sits patiently on a large sofa, hugging her bag of lavender with quiet, focused resolve. A steaming cup of tea and a light pastry sit untouched, marking the slow, quiet passage of time. Nearby maids whisper unkindly, calling the waiting girl a nuisance and wondering why she refuses to leave the annex. A soft rustle sounds as Coco grips her dress, her expression hardening as she vows to see her sister first. Standing with newfound purpose, the small girl prepares to move, her gaze sharpening with a sudden, serious intent. She imagines a radiant Chloe reaching out to her, calling her darling with a warm and welcoming smile. Encouraging herself to find a solution, Coco stands tall as sparkles of determination manifest around her small frame. The two gossiping maids blush and swoon, suddenly captivated by Coco's adorable display of fierce, childish resolve. They continue whispering about how Coco has returned to help Chloe, despite their vastly different social standings. Inside the room, a pink-haired woman mocks Chloe's dark magic while delicately sipping from a gold-rimmed cup. The name Theresia Ardos appears amidst white roses, identifying the arrogant woman currently confronting the silent Chloe. Theresia leans forward with a mocking smile, questioning if Chloe truly finds their sibling conversation to be complete nonsense. She continues her verbal assault, suggesting that Chloe's current miserable state is the true source of her bitterness. Theresia dismissively points a finger, claiming her purification and Chloe's dark magic aren't even on the same level. Historical narration explains the division of humanity, highlighting the rare and powerful individuals known as ability users. These users are described as precious imperial assets, depicted through an armored knight, a scholar, and a mage. Healing magic is labeled as the most precious gift, though Theresia admits her purification is merely a close second. Theresia offers to cleanse Chloe's power, masquerading her blatant condescension as a sisterly attempt to help her. A sharp clink sounds as Chloe sets her cup down, coldly informing Theresia that her purification is completely useless. Purple roses frame Chloe's darkening expression as she realizes Theresia is looking down on her status and bloodline. Chloe glances toward the door, noticing the maids watching their increasingly hostile and uncomfortable interaction from the background. Gritting her teeth, Theresia struggles to maintain her composure, while Chloe remains silent and intimidatingly calm. Theresia delivers a cruel blow, mocking Chloe for grieving over a mere dog for an entire year. Dark chains and roses underscore the heartless comment as Theresia continues to belittle Chloe's profound sense of loss. Chloe's patience finally breaks, her dark power flaring as she commands Theresia to leave the room immediately. A crackle of electricity sounds as Theresia stammers in fear at Chloe's sudden, unstable magical outburst. Chloe smiles dangerously, challenging Theresia to use her purification to stop her if she truly goes on a rampage. A harsh grinding sound echoes as Theresia's face twists in rage, outraged by Chloe's unexpected and fierce defiance. The maids tremble in the background, though a thought bubble suggests this confrontation might serve a hidden purpose. Theresia stands to leave, promising to ensure Chloe remains a permanent stain on the ducal family's prestigious reputation. A wet cough racks Chloe's body, leaving her doubled over as blood stains her small, trembling hand. Wiping her mouth, Chloe sighs in deep frustration, realizing her body can no longer handle even minor magic. A faded image shows a young, red-dressed Chloe who once desperately sought her father's approval and inheritance. The cracked glass of a portrait symbolizes Chloe's shattered dreams and her struggle to give up her ambitions. A rainy flashback depicts men with shovels as a young girl's voice desperately screams for them to stop. In the pouring rain, a younger Chloe cries out that the dog is her precious, irreplaceable family. The Duke's cold, shadowed silhouette looms over her, dismissively calling her grief a fuss over a mere animal. Chloe stares in shocked silence, her father's heartless words echoing painfully through her memory like a physical blow. The memory shifts to the small white dog, sitting happily in the sun, its tongue lolling out playfully. Chloe reflects on how the puppy was the only friend who truly broadened her lonely, isolated world. A radiant vision shows the girl and her dog playing in a field, a rare moment of pure peace. Back in the present, Chloe decides to retreat, her posture defeated as she prepares to leave the room. A soft thud sounds as Chloe grips the table, wiping blood from her lip while thinking of Coco. Surrounded by dark, oppressive thorns, Chloe concludes that she might have already lost her mind to her grief. With a sharp creak, Coco's small boots step into the room as she cautiously opens the door. Surrounded by dark thorns, Chloe reflects on her desperate search for a trace of her lost companion. A heavy thud sounds as Chloe slumps onto her bed, expressing a weary desire to simply fade away. Chloe stirs as she catches a familiar scent, her purple eyes widening in curious surprise while sitting up. Glowing petals fall around a delicate sprig of lavender, resting peacefully upon the purple-patterned carpet. Chloe kneels to pick up the flower, certain that she recognizes the significance of the tiny blossom. A radiant memory surfaces of a white puppy happily carrying a cluster of purple flowers in its mouth. A harsh grind echoes as Chloe's expression darkens, suspecting someone has dared to mock her orders. Back in the waiting room, Coco sits contentedly while tightly embracing her bag filled with fresh lavender. Squatting low, the little girl giggles to herself, confident that sneaking into her sister's room was easy. Coco beams with pride, hoping her sister will realize she was the one who left the flower. The red-haired maid's question catches Coco off guard, asking if the girl ventured into another room. Coco enthusiastically confirms she left the flower, her face lighting up with innocent, childish joy. Struck with terror, the maid warns Coco that Chloe is furious and her dark magic could be fatal. Coco remains unfazed and confused by the warning, still clutching her lavender bag with a bright smile. The maid explains that Chloe demanded the culprit be brought to her room immediately, shocking the little girl. Looking down at her bag, Coco pauses for a moment as she processes the maid's alarming news. Suddenly, Coco cheers with excitement, her purple eyes sparkling at the unexpected chance to see her sister. A confused, "Huh?" escapes the red-haired maid as Coco celebrates being summoned by the terrifying Lady Chloe. The scene shifts as the narration announces the arrival at Chloe's room just a short moment later. Standing alone in the grand room, Coco is relieved to learn she just needs to wait for Chloe. Coco looks around the dark, oppressive chamber, wondering why her sister chooses to live in such gloom. Determined to help, Coco remembers that her sister hates the dark and prepares to change the atmosphere. Outside, the maid informs Chloe that the culprit is the adoptee, prompting a cold, dismissive reaction. With a soft click, Chloe opens the door, half expecting the child to have already fled in fear. A loud creak sounds as Chloe's eyes widen in absolute shock at the sight before her. Brilliant sunlight floods the once dark room, leaving Chloe blinded by the unexpected and radiant transformation. Chloe stands frozen, noticing a new flower placed in a vase amidst the brightly lit chamber. She spots a simple letter on the table, which claims that nice scents can drive away bad things. Reading the messy handwriting, Chloe is baffled by the strange and innocent message left for her. Chloe's attention is caught by a sudden sound, causing her to turn around with a look of disbelief. She finds the young girl sleeping soundly on the bed, looking like a peaceful vision from the past. Chloe stares at the girl, wondering if this truly is the new adoptee the maid mentioned. With a gentle nudge, Chloe tells the sleeping girl to wake up and face her. Coco rubs her eyes as she wakes, while Chloe feels a sudden, overwhelming emotional weight in her chest. Coco's face lights up as she greets Chloe, but the older sister is left stunned and speechless. Coco looks saddened, realizing that her sister still doesn't recognize her despite her familiar appearance. The girl's joyful laughter echoes through the room, while Chloe watches her with an increasingly troubled expression. A small, purple-haired chibi girl waves cheerfully, marking a brief and lighthearted break in the story. The atmosphere shifts as the scene prepares to return to the intensifying emotional confrontation. Sweating nervously, Chloe turns away and demands to know the identity of the mysterious little girl. Chloe recognizes the name Coco, but remains deeply confused by why this child shares it. Internal thoughts reveal Chloe's struggle to reconcile the name with her own memories of her dog. Chloe tries to maintain her stern persona, scolding Coco for entering her room and leaving things. Coco's expression falls into deep disappointment upon confirming that her sister truly has no memory of her. Surrounded by roses, Coco earnestly declares that her only wish is to be friends with Lady Chloe. Chloe assumes Coco is seeking her help to stay adopted, but the girl quickly denies the suggestion. Coco beams with admiration, praising Chloe for being an amazing dark wizard, despite her sister's coldness. A dark vision reveals a man identifying himself as Chloe's fiancé while standing in a shadowy doorway. A low grrr sounds as the man insults Chloe's femininity, while a white puppy growls in her defense. Butler and maids watch as Chloe stands in a grand hall, tenderly holding her white puppy, Coco. Whispering servants gossip, criticizing Chloe for her lack of charm and her inability to use light magic. Surrounded by white roses, Chloe lies despondently on her large bed with her loyal companion, Coco. Narrative text highlights Chloe's isolation, noting her mother's early death and the hatred others feel for her. Chloe tightly embraces the puppy, asking if her dark magic truly ruined the lives of everyone around her. A soft woof sounds as puppy Coco licks Chloe's face, offering a rare moment of comfort and affection. Pink roses frame the scene as Chloe gently asks if the puppy is trying to comfort her. Sunlight hits a table as Chloe reflects on the harsh criticism, labeling her a gloomy, dark wizard. Child Coco appears, telling Chloe that her darkness makes the stars visible and calling her wonderful. Chloe is stunned as Child Coco explains that stars are always present, even if only seen at night. Child Coco reaches out with a smile, while Chloe remains silent and unsure of the child's perspective. Warning the child to leave, Chloe manifests dark magic, insisting that darkness can never be better than light. Instead of fleeing, Child Coco gazes at the swirling dark magic with awe and innocent curiosity. Chloe is bewildered, asking the little girl why she isn't afraid of her or her power. Narrative text notes that for a moment, it seemed the girl might be swallowed by Chloe's overwhelming darkness. In a starlit vision, Coco holds Chloe's hand, promising to stay by her side so she won't be tired. Sparkling with radiant light, Child Coco hugs Chloe, claiming she is healthy and beautiful now. Chloe watches Child Coco chatter about her new ability to walk far and resist eating sweet potatoes. Kneeling among flowers, Child Coco looks up with wide, hopeful purple eyes, waiting for a response. The narration marks the arrival of evening, as a decorative door remains closed. Coco sits dejectedly against the wall, realizing that befriending her stern big sister will be quite difficult. Chloe agrees to let Coco visit occasionally, but only if the girl agrees to one specific condition. Chloe sternly forbids Coco from calling her sister, claiming she only acknowledges one person as family. Looking downcast, Coco listens as Chloe demands she be considerate and leave quickly during future visits. Coco sits alone in a large, empty room, looking sadly at a single fallen pink flower. Lying on a vast bed, Coco misses the warmth and the soft cushions her sister once provided. Coco curls up under the blankets, expressing that her heart feels chilly without her sister's affection. Despite the cold reception, Coco resolves to stay strong since she hasn't been banned from the house. Coco falls asleep, determined to find a way to make her big sister smile with pure happiness again. The next morning, a bright panel announces Coco is excitedly going to see her big sister again. Coco runs through the hall in a frilly pink dress, brimming with energy and childish joy. Coco is suddenly startled by a mouse, crying out in surprise as she jumps back. Mice slide down a slope as one wearing a crown identifies Coco as the former dog. The crowned mouse explains they have the dog god's blessing, while Coco wonders if she can speak to mice. Proclaiming himself the emperor of mice, the rodent explains he was summoned by the dog god. Coco questions why the dog god is too busy to visit himself, as the Mouse King gestures wildly. The Mouse Emperor dramatically announces that he has been given a special mission from the dog god. Standing tall, the Mouse Emperor declares that the time has come to reveal Coco's future to her. A vision appears of a boy possessing prophetic power, hinting at the fate that awaits the young girl. Coco excitedly begs the mouse to show her the future, which the rodent finds to be an excellent reaction. The mouse warns Coco there are things to keep in mind, causing her to look on with wide-eyed curiosity. Sitting on a small table, the Mouse King tells Coco to be gentle and watch the vision carefully. With a passionate fist pump, Coco vows to remember every detail of the vision for her sister's sake. Coco closes her eyes as a radiant light envelops her, marking the beginning of the prophetic vision. A dark vision reveals a woman accusing Chloe of driving someone to madness with her dark magic. Coco's chibi form falls through a terrifying dark void as she experiences the weight of the prophecy. In the vision, Chloe is banished, while Coco fruitlessly defends her as a woman smirks in the background. Child Coco stands in a shadowed hallway, watching as Chloe is forced away from the family. Coco wakes from the vision, gasping as she looks completely traumatized by the future she just saw. The Mouse Emperor asks what happened, noticing Coco is trembling and acting strangely after seeing the future. Overwhelmed by the terrifying vision, Coco breaks down in tears, her tiny frame shaking with intense grief. Narrator text confirms Coco's greatest fear as she sobs, realizing that her sister is destined to die. The Mouse Emperor asks if she saw a hopeless future, and Coco tearfully confirms her sister's tragic fate. Drying her eyes, Coco finds a new spark of determination amidst the floral background, refusing to give up. A vision of her past dog companions appears, barking words of encouragement for her to live happily. Remembering the love of her former pack, Coco cries out for them, feeling their lingering affection in her heart. Suddenly, Coco's mood shifts to pure excitement as she realizes she has the power to change the future. The Mouse Emperor warns that the master of the house plans to isolate Chloe by locking the mansion. Images of the maids stealing money appear as Coco fumes with rage at the servants' wicked and greedy behavior. A brilliant idea strikes Coco, her purple eyes sparkling with a newfound, clever resolve to save her sister. Visions reveal that Lucrezia and Theresia are the masterminds using the servants to sabotage Chloe's life from within. Posing heroically, Coco declares that she becomes a true genius whenever her big sister's well-being is at stake. The Mouse Emperor is baffled by Coco's sudden shift from a sobbing child to a confident, sharp-witted strategist. Coco explains her vision revealed an embezzlement ledger where the maids meticulously recorded all the money they stole. The Mouse Emperor agrees that finding the ledger is the perfect way to drive the wicked maids away forever. Coco's face lights up with sheer joy as she realizes her plan to protect Chloe is actually possible. The Mouse Emperor offers to grant her wish, leading Coco to clasp her hands in hopeful, eager anticipation. With a dramatic point toward the sky, the Mouse King accepts the mission, fueled by his royal pride. Standing tall beside her tiny ally, Coco prepares to face the house's corruption with unwavering, childish confidence. The Mouse Emperor demands a toy as payment for his help, causing Coco to beam with happy agreement. Tiny mice celebrate as they play with toys, while Coco cheers for the success of their newfound partnership. Coco explains that the maids store the stolen funds in a warehouse, planning a sting to catch them. As the Mouse Emperor scurries off, Coco calls out a warning for him to be careful during his scout. Pumping her fist with adorable intensity, Coco declares the start of her first official mission to save Chloe. Standing before the grand stone tower, Coco looks up with a resolute gaze, ready to begin her infiltration. Dining alone, Chloe coldly orders the maid to send the young girl away without a second thought. A soft tap sounds as the maid informs Coco she must leave, but the girl stands her ground. Chloe looks down at her meal, noting with silent disgust that the servants have served her spoiled food. Reflecting on her lost sense of taste and Coco's death anniversary, Chloe chooses to endure the petty cruelty. Staring into the distance, Chloe admits to herself that she is utterly sick of her lonely, hollow life. With a loud click, the door flies open as Coco bursts in, calling out for her big sister. Chloe is stunned as the girl runs in, proudly presenting an orange ball she claims to have found. Shocked, Chloe recognizes the ball as her beloved dog's favorite toy, which she believed was lost forever. Coco explains she saw mice stealing the toys, including a bone-shaped one, sparking Chloe's deep, hidden memories. Determined to find the rest, Coco boasts about her mouse-catching skills while holding the precious, labeled orange ball. A frustrated sigh escapes Chloe as the girl begs to stay for one night to catch the thief. Chloe claims the situation is ridiculous, yet she can't help but feel moved by the return of the toy. Chloe finally relents, allowing Coco to stay for just one night, provided she retrieves the remaining stolen items. Beaming with radiant joy, Coco celebrates her small victory while clutching the ball that bears her own name. Coco notices the foul smell of spoiled food, confirming the Mouse Emperor's warnings about the servants' cruel neglect. Chloe stares at the toy in her hand, her usual coldness replaced by a look of profound, melancholic longing. Torches flicker against the cold stone walls as a small shadow creeps through the mansion's dark, silent basement. Guided by the mouse's intel, Coco successfully infiltrates the basement storage, finding the secret lair of the maids. Hiding in the shadows, Coco listens as the maids laugh about the money they saved by serving spoiled food. A low grrr sounds as Coco growls with feral anger, struggling to restrain her instinct to bite the villains. Flashback panels detail how Coco and the mice tricked the head maid to ensure a clear path downstairs. Following her keen sense of smell, Coco crawls deeper into the storage room toward a suspicious, foul scent. Sniffing the air, Coco discovers the embezzlement ledger, realizing this single book is the key to destroying the maid's power. Trembling with nerves and excitement, Coco prepares to grab the evidence and escape the dark basement before dawn. Startled by a sudden noise, Coco freezes as a maid's voice echoes from outside the dark, quiet room. The heavy door creaks open as two suspicious maids enter, wondering if a stray rat has snuck into their hideout. Hiding her face, Coco prays to the dog god for safety as her heart beats with frantic intensity. A cold hand snaps around the girl's arm as a maid mockingly announces she has found the little rat. The maid roughly lifts Coco by her collar, sneering at the discovery of the tiny girl hiding alone. Realizing who they have caught, the maids decide to fetch the head maid to handle the situation properly. Trapped and surrounded, Coco panics, fearing that her mission and the stolen ledger are now in jeopardy. With a sharp thud, Coco's attempt to escape is cut short as the maids loom over her trembling form. The stern head maid appears from the shadows, coldly lecturing Coco that good children should be in bed. Looming over her, the head maid demands the truth and threatens to have the girl thrown out immediately. Terrified but resolute, Coco remembers her plan to stay strong for the sake of her sister's safety. Bracing herself, the young girl holds out the bone-shaped dog toy as proof of her search for Chloe's belongings. The head maid scoffs with amusement, finding it impossible to believe that Chloe requested a simple dog toy. A cold, commanding voice rings out from the darkness as Chloe arrives, her glowing lantern casting a long shadow. Gasping with relief, Coco looks up at her big sister, who arrived just as she promised she would. A memory reveals Coco asking Chloe if she should come to her room after finding the stolen toy. Chloe's vision promises that she will find Coco wherever she is if the girl gives the secret signal. Returning to the present, Coco gleefully offers the toy, while Chloe dismisses the maids with icy authority. In a gentle exchange, Chloe takes the precious bone toy from Coco's small hands, her expression finally softening. Chloe stares at the toy, noticing the name Coco inscribed on it as a mysterious, magical sparkle flickers. With childish enthusiasm, Coco tells her sister she found something even more important hidden among the crates. Coco presents the embezzlement ledger, struggling to pronounce the difficult word while revealing the maid's secret crimes. Chloe gently orders Coco to return upstairs, taking charge of the situation as she prepares to confront the servants. Turning a lethal, icy gaze toward the remaining servants, Chloe demands they follow her for their final punishment. Chloe confronts the maids about their nightly schemes, her presence filling the small cellar with a terrifying weight. Flipping through the ledger, Chloe mockingly asks if the maids truly believed their crimes would go unnoticed by her. The head maid desperately tries to justify her actions, claiming that Chloe previously showed no interest in the estate. Chloe's purple eyes glow with a lethal fury as she declares that the maid's fatal mistake was touching Coco. The maids realize with horror that Chloe's indifference has been replaced by a fierce, protective love for the child. A vision reveals the Duchess drinking tea, commanding her servants to keep a close eye on Chloe's movements. The head maid's smug inner thoughts reveal her plan to completely destabilize the estate on the Duchess's orders. Preparing to return to the Duchess, the head maid bows as she plans the final moves of her sabotage. Confident in her superiority, the maid believes Chloe can't do anything to stop the Duchess's generous reward. Chloe mockingly asks if the maid has studied the house law, her smile becoming sharp and dangerously predatory. Quoting the law, Chloe reveals her right to personally punish servants who act with such blatant insolence. Dark energy crackles as Chloe prepares to unleash her magic, vowing to strip away the maid's very sight. Screams of pure terror erupt as Chloe's darkness takes form, engulfing the maids in their own deepest fears. Chloe coldly tells them to struggle until morning, offering a faint, mocking hope of forgiveness through their suffering. With a rhythmic clack-clack, Chloe walks away from the cellar door, leaving the maids to their agony. A final, piercing scream of, "Don't come near me!" echoes from behind the heavy, closed cellar door. Chloe reflects that while she usually gives light punishments, touching Coco's things earned them a far worse fate. Suddenly, Chloe gasps as a sharp ringing sounds in her ears, a painful side effect of her magic. A decorative panel confirms that Chloe is suffering from hallucinations, a heavy price for her immense magical power. Amidst the pain, a joyful vision of dog Coco barking happily appears, her joy providing a momentary respite. Chloe expresses her deep, protective love for the child, even as she endures the consuming pain of her magic. The vision clears quickly, leaving Chloe surprised that the side effects ended so soon after her rescue mission. Back upstairs, the pink-haired man informs Coco that Chloe has permitted her to stay for the night. Looking downcast, Coco admits she was hoping for head pats and treats after her successful maid-catching mission. The pink-haired man presents a glowing bottle, perhaps a tonic or treat to cheer up the sad girl. Beaming with a radiant smile, Coco recovers her joy, moving past her disappointment with pure, childish resilience. Standing alone holding the toy, Chloe's cold expression melts as her hidden warmth is finally revealed. Coco's eyes sparkle with a mix of exhaustion and hope as the morning sun begins to rise. A text panel over the night sky conveys Coco's deep, innocent love for her big sister, Chloe. Chloe sits alone on the balcony, her silhouette framed by the moonlight as she shares a silent goodnight. Ruth is alarmed to hear from a maid that the young girl never returned from the estate. Panicked, Ruth worries that Chloe's coldness led to something terrible, imagining a crying Coco being mistreated. The camera pans down to reveal Coco fast asleep on the cold stone steps of the mansion. A chibi Ruth shouts in panic as he finds Coco lying still on the staircase, fearing the worst. The small girl remains deep in slumber, peacefully oblivious to the chaos her absence has caused Ruth. Ruth discovers the sleeping child and immediately blames Chloe for kicking her out into the cold night. Angered by Chloe's perceived cruelty, Ruth determines that he cannot stand by while she mistreats their benefactor. While carrying Coco, Ruth imagines the horse Thunder's sadness and resolves to settle things with Chloe once and for all. Ruth kicks the door open with an aggressive thud, demanding an explanation for Chloe's behavior toward the child. The sudden, loud entrance startles the maids, who look on in confusion as Ruth reacts with a puzzled, "Huh?" Ruth demands that the servants find Chloe immediately while he holds the sleeping, exhausted girl in his arms. Waking up with a sleepy yawn, Coco drools slightly as she finally begins to stir from her long nap. Ruth sits on the sofa, grumbling about how he can't leave Coco or the stubborn Chloe alone for even one day. With a cute, sleepy expression, Coco fully wakes up and realizes she is back in a safe, warm room. Watching Coco, Ruth wonders aloud why the child is so persistently fond of someone as cold as Chloe. Starry reflections fill Coco's purple eyes as she looks up, her joy and innocence shining through her exhaustion. Startled by Ruth's close proximity, Coco jumps with a wide-eyed look of surprise as the room fills with light. Ruth smiles and asks why she's so surprised, seemingly amused by the girl's frantic and adorable reaction. Patting the girl's head, Ruth asks for the details on why Chloe supposedly kicked her out of the room. Ruth sternly explains that sleeping outside the door is proof of being kicked out, much to the girl's confusion. Coco tilts her head in bewilderment, struggling to follow Ruth's logic regarding her sister's actions. The scene shifts as Chloe appears, her icy beauty and regal demeanor commanding the attention of everyone present. As tea is served, the narration describes Chloe as heartless garbage for her treatment of the young girl. Ruth questions Chloe directly about why Coco was found sleeping at the door if she wasn't forced out. Flustered, the young girl tries to interject and correct the misunderstanding, her face flushed with nerves. Coco continues to stammer and fidget, desperate to explain her side of the story to the dark-haired man. Ruth listens to the explanation while Chloe calmly enjoys her tea, unfazed by the man's loud accusations. Chloe gazes at her tea with a subtle, rare smile, a detail that catches Ruth completely off guard. An ornate, butterfly-winged panel notes that the dark mansion seems to have brightened up since Coco's arrival. The two sisters sit together in the bright, flower-filled room, presenting a surprisingly peaceful and domestic scene. Chloe reflects on the change, noting that things feel like they did before her world went into chaos. Seeing the softening in Chloe's eyes, Ruth can't help but smile, realizing the child's influence is truly working. Shifting the mood, Ruth informs Chloe that he has urgent news to deliver despite the early hour. Ruth reveals that a dangerous magical beast brought back from the war has escaped its containment cage. A terrifying, dark tiger is shown prowling, while Coco, eating a cookie, wonders what a magical beast even is. Ruth prepares to give a detailed lecture, while Chloe tells Coco she can just ignore most of it. A chart illustrates animals, showing common creatures like horses, dogs, and the mouse emperor Coco already knows. Ruth explains that magical beasts look like animals, but have divine blessings and can sometimes imprint on humans. A majestic, glowing blue dragon is shown as the ultimate example of a powerful, blessed magical beast. Ruth mentions a massive reward for anyone who catches the tiger, though it has remained impossible to find. Chloe bluntly reminds Coco that she faces disinheritance soon, warning her to be careful in the meantime. Ruth scolds Chloe for her harshness as Coco looks downcast, wishing she could do a good deed to stay. Suddenly, Coco's eyes light up with an idea, her face practically glowing with newfound determination and hope. Ruth is taken aback by the sudden shift in the conversation, his expression one of pure, bewildered shock. Pointing at herself with childish confidence, Coco prepares to make a bold declaration that surprises both Chloe and Ruth. Ruth bursts into laughter as Coco enthusiastically jumps, declaring her intent to catch the escaped magical tiger herself. Declaring her intent to catch the tiger, Coco beams with determination to prove herself and avoid being disinherited. Chloe dismisses the child's ambitious plan as nonsense, her gaze remaining cold and uninterested in the bold claim. Reminding Coco of her fragility, Chloe warns that the child might only find more pain in such a dangerous hunt. Demanding peace so she can rest, Chloe sends both Ruth and Coco and the pouting Coco away from her room. Determination in every stride, Coco marches out of the mansion and onto the estate's sprawling, sun-drenched grounds. With a confident pose, Coco calls for her animal friends to assemble and help her with her secret mission. A subtle, quick twitch of a dark ear confirms that Coco's summons has reached her loyal animal companions nearby. Thunder and a group of mice, led by the crowned mouse emperor, arrive to answer the young girl's call. Beaming with joy, Coco greets her friends and asks for their help in tracking down the escaped magical beast. The mouse emperor and Thunder react with sheer terror, their faces twisting in panic at the mention of the tiger. Trembling violently, the mouse emperor refuses to assist, fearing he would become a quick one-bite snack for the predator. Coco is stunned by the great emperor's refusal, her mouth falling open in shock at his unexpected cowardice. Survival instincts flare as the mouse envisions a terrifying tiger devouring his kind, further fueling his desperate, trembling fear. Thunder admits he is far too conspicuous to help, leaving Coco pensive as she considers a new search strategy. Frustrated, Coco clutches her head and commands her brain to work harder to find a solution to her problem. Thunder explains that while he won't hunt, his instincts clearly identify places of extreme danger that should be avoided. A spark of brilliant inspiration fills Coco's purple eyes as she realizes her friend's fear is actually a map. The Mouse Emperor is baffled as Coco suddenly celebrates, having discovered the perfect method for locating the dangerous beast. Coco excitedly concludes that the tiger is hiding exactly where the other animals are most afraid to set foot. The Mouse Emperor looks on in disbelief as Coco prepares to head straight toward the heart of the danger. Coco playfully ponders if they should check the sea, further unnerving the already sweating and nervous Mouse Emperor. Humming a happy tune, Coco skips through the flowers while carrying her terrified, shivering mouse friend in her hand. Coco promises to quickly hide the mouse if the tiger appears, despite his frantic and high-pitched eek of fright. The Mouse Emperor babbles frantic, contradictory directions in a desperate attempt to steer the girl away from certain peril. Ignoring the mouse's claims of impending death, Coco marches deeper into the lush, sun-drenched field with pure confidence. Finding a brief moment of calm, the Mouse Emperor enjoys a tiny cup of tea while resting in Coco's hand. The mouse's peace is shattered as he senses a nearby threat, screaming for Coco to turn back immediately. Coco concludes that the mouse's refusal to proceed is the ultimate proof that the tiger is nearby. Following the trail of fear, Coco's steps lead her toward an ominous, shadowed area of the estate's grounds. A massive, spectral silhouette of a tiger spirit looms, confirming that Coco has successfully found the predator's den. With a sharp intake of breath, Coco realizes she is standing directly in front of the beast she sought. Overwhelmed by primal fear, the Mouse Emperor experiences a dramatic shock as a surge of energy fills the air. Crying out that his end has come, the mouse dramatically passes out, leaving the mission entirely to the girl. Gently, Coco places her fainted friend into a special bunker pouch she prepared specifically for his safety and rest. Reflecting on the mouse's dramatic reaction, Coco is now certain that the tiger is hiding somewhere in the field. Coco surveys a vast, open landscape, wondering how she will manage to search such a massive area all alone. Childishly innocent, Coco checks behind trees and under bushes, calling out for Mr. Tiger to show himself. Determined to succeed, the small girl continues her thorough search of the estate's sunlit and peaceful grassy plains. Coco's thoughts race as she worries about finding the beast before the Duke's inevitable return to the mansion. Narrowing her eyes with sharp focus, Coco remains vigilant for any sign of magical movement in the environment. Suddenly, Coco notices a large, motionless shape sitting amidst the tall, swaying grass just ahead of her. Remembering Ruth's lecture, Coco wonders if the tiger is using a unique divine ability to remain completely hidden. Standing before a large, blurred silhouette, Coco confidently declares that she knows the tiger is right there. The blue tiger flinches in genuine shock, its eyes widening as it realizes it has finally been spotted. The powerful beast is baffled that a mere human child managed to find it without its ability being released. Beaming with success, Coco smiles at the beast, which suspects the child possesses a strange, hidden power of her own. Using a stick to write in the dirt, the tiger asks the girl if she can truly see him. Baffled, the tiger asks how she can read his words, while Coco explains her gift for talking to animal friends. Coco asks the tiger why it ran away and invites it to return home to meet her sister, Chloe. With an open heart, Coco promises they will all play together if the beast agrees to come back with her. The blue tiger sadly declines her help, believing that no one in the world wants to see him. A dark and somber vision of the beast's past reveals a scene marked by isolation and violence. The tiger reflects on how everyone feared him, causing even other sacred beasts and humans to avoid his presence. Filled with empathy, Coco realizes the beast must have been deeply hurt, feeling incredibly lonely and sad. As the transparent beast doubts her, Coco firmly interjects, declaring that she truly wants to be with him. Determined to help, the young girl expresses her sincere interest in him and acknowledges his difficult, lonely life. Coco admits she initially sought him out for her sister, but hearing his story has completely changed her mind. Standing in the sun-drenched flower field, the small girl offers her companionship to the massive, startled, magical beast. Overwhelmed by her kindness, the blue tiger wonders if he has truly found a friend in the small human. A low, shifting sound, skirk, echoes as the beast begins to drop his magical disguise and reveal his true form. The tiger fully manifests into a solid, majestic creature as Coco beams with joy at his successful transformation. Radiant with happiness, the purple-eyed girl reaches out toward her new companion with a bright and welcoming smile. The beast considers her offer of togetherness, his fierce expression softening as a magical, rustling sound fills the air. A soft thud sounds as the tiger moves closer, his thoughts lingering on the idea of seeing someone often. A golden-hued memory shows a young boy visiting a caged tiger, hinting at a deep and long-lost bond. The beast's resolve hardens as he explains he has an important task to fulfill before he can rest. Panicking as the tiger turns to leave, Coco begs him to stay just a little longer so they can talk. A desperate cry for the tiger fills the air as the chibi girl realizes her new friend is slipping away. Distraught, Coco wonders how to help him, just as Chloe arrives, her high heels clicking, tack, against the grass. Chloe stares down at the girl, dryly noting that she has been searching everywhere to catch the escaped beast. Fidgeting nervously, Coco tries to deny her secret mission, but Chloe remains unconvinced by the child's obvious lies. Chloe dismisses her efforts and orders her to return home, leaving the pouting girl to mutter a frustrated tch. Suddenly, a spark of realization lights up Coco's eyes as she makes a crucial connection about the tiger's motives. Recalling the beast's words, Coco understands that he, too, is searching for a precious person he must find. The girl's face glows with excitement as she realizes the tiger is driven by love for a dear friend. Springing into action, Coco shouts to a confused Chloe that she will be right back before dashing away. Chloe watches the girl run off, sighing as she senses that the child is about to cause more trouble. Her feet thumping, da-da-da, against the earth, Coco sprints back into the field while calling out for the beast. Panting from the run, Coco confronts the tiger again, claiming she finally understands why he escaped his cage. The tiger flinches in shock as the young girl asks him directly about the friend he wishes to see. A vision of a human hand comforting the beast confirms that he escaped solely to find his missing companion. Looking into the tiger's golden eye, Coco promises that she will help him find the person he misses. The young girl beams with pure, selfless joy, her heart set on helping her new friend find happiness again. As the chibi Uni watches, Coco reflects on a dark future she once saw regarding the magical tiger's fate. An old newspaper clipping describes the tiger hiding within the estate, suggesting a narrative that led to a tragedy. The report notes the beast was later spotted in a northern archduchy, far away from its original home. A grim image of a wounded tail on the snowy ground suggests the tiger met a tragic end before. Determined to change fate, Coco asks the tiger, Haranga, for a pinky promise to never be alone again. Embracing the giant beast's leg, Coco offers her comfort while a soft, emotional rustle sounds in the garden. The girl reveals a heartbreaking secret, explaining she understands his pain because she was once a lonely stray dog. A dark memory shows a small, white puppy wandering the cold streets alone, highlighting Coco's own history of sorrow. Smiling warmly, the girl encourages Haranga to get healthy so they can begin their journey together toward his friend. Haranga's eyes shimmer with tears as Coco promises that he will soon be reunited with those he loves. The two share a tender hug in the sun-drenched field, sealing a bond that transcends their different species. Later, Coco approaches the garden gazebo where Ruth and Chloe are having tea, ready to share her news. Standing tall, with her hands on her hips, the girl prepares to make a grand and confident announcement. Ruth jokingly asks if she caused trouble again, but Coco remains serious about her major update for the group. With a joyful shout, the girl calls out the tiger's name, Haranga, summoning her new friend into the garden. Ruth and the other man look around in confusion, initially seeing nothing and doubting the girl's wild claim. A collective gasp of horror and shock fills the air as Haranga's majestic tail suddenly appears through a magical ripple. Coco joyfully introduces her majestic new friend to the group with a grand and cheerful ta-da. Ruth and the others are stunned as they learn about the tiger spirit's incredible ability to become transparent. Speechless and overwhelmed, Chloe stares in disbelief as she processes the impossible sight appearing right before her. In a whimsical daydream, Coco wonders where the beast went while remembering her brave search for the tiger. Beaming with pride, Coco hugs the giant beast, explaining that her gift for talking to animals brought it back. The man in the blue vest is shocked that the girl possesses an animal affinity ability found only in legends. Ruth reflects on her power, suspecting this rare gift allowed the child to heal the horse, Sir Thunder. Filled with delight, the man lifts Coco into the air, celebrating her wonderful ability and her place in the family. With bright eyes and a wide smile, the girl eagerly asks if she can truly become Chloe's real little sibling. Chloe watches the child with deep intrigue, growing increasingly curious about the girl's true identity and mysterious past. Sipping her tea, Chloe recalls a time when she used to reward the girl's good deeds with sweet potatoes. A soft memory of a blonde woman's praise lingers as Chloe considers how different their circumstances have become. Coco's eyes sparkle with hope as she dreams of being legally recognized as her dear sister's real sibling. The man in the blue vest kneels to talk with Coco, warning her about their father's terrifying nature. A terrifying vision of the Duke's temper reveals he once sent his own son away for 10 long years. Remembering the man's frightening presence from her days as a dog, Coco gasps in pure terror at his mention. Deep within a military tent, a sudden and loud thud sounds as a hand slams onto a desk. A nervous subordinate trembles as Archduke Ardos demands a ship be built within a month, despite the immense difficulty. Losing his patience, the Archduke shouts at the man to leave, refusing to listen to any more defeatist excuses. The terrified subordinate flees the tent in tears, crying out that he is nothing more than defeatist trash. Alone in his thoughts, the Archduke sighs as he laments the lack of tenacity in the younger generation. A sudden arrival interrupts the Archduke's brooding as an attendant brings urgent news regarding the mansion. The man is stunned to hear that the blessed baby, Coco, has successfully captured the escaped tiger spirit. Archduke Ardos is baffled that the child he deemed too frail to face him was hiding such power. A dark thought suggests that the girl might have simply been lucky or received help from an unknown source. To verify her accomplishments, the Archduke orders his attendant to postpone Coco's disownment for a little while. The Archduke resolves to return home after the battle as the scene shifts to a grand, rose-filled banquet hall. Guests at Lady Theresia's banquet marvel at the splendid decorations and the flowing fountains of red wine. Ladies gossip about Chloe's critical condition, while Theresia listens with a calm, patient expression on her face. A red-haired lady notes that even a saint candidate's efforts couldn't break the contradictory curses plaguing Chloe. Theresia smiles gracefully at the praise, but her warm gaze hides a much more calculated and cold intent. Internally, Theresia gloats about how easy it is to manipulate public opinion to suit her own selfish goals. Curiosity peaks as the guests ask Theresia if the rumors about the girl capturing the tiger are true. The conversation turns to how the child is even attempting to save the runaway lady, Chloe, from her fate. Theresia's smile fades as she privately seethes, finding the small, commoner girl to be an increasingly annoying obstacle. In the quiet moonlight, Chloe stands near the mansion, while Coco is seen searching through the flower garden. A powerful and ominous shadow of the black tiger spirit manifests, radiating of ancient spiritual energy. Theresia is rattled by the news that the Duke is returning specifically to see the young master's find. Sipping her wine, Theresia listens as a guest prepares to share a strange and unsettling story about the tiger. Footsteps echo as a servant runs frantically through the darkened halls of the estate to deliver an urgent message. The servant informs a worried Coco and the maid that the tiger spirit's condition is rapidly deteriorating. Hidden from view, Theresia lets out a satisfied smirk as the news of the beast's illness reaches her ears. Theresia laughs behind her hand, her eyes filled with a cruel light as her dark plans begin to unfold. Beside a roaring fireplace, a message announces the tiger, signaling the start of a critical and somber encounter. Coco kneels beside the sick beast in the firelight, asking if it is all right as it rests its head. A terrifying mark known as the Black Messenger appears on the tiger's paw, signaling the approach of death. The spiritual shadow of a monstrous creature looms over the weakened tiger, ready to claim its life forever. Tears stream down Coco's face as she begs for a way to heal her suffering and majestic friend. The tiger's golden eye reflects a deep sadness as it looks at the weeping girl with a final gaze. A rustling sound fills the air as the girl's legs are seen sticking out from a thick green bush. Searching for a cure, the lilac-haired Coco rummages through the dense bushes of the garden. Wiping sweat from her brow, the young girl sighs as her search for the mythical flower continues. Recalling the tiger's words, Coco remembers that only the thorn of a blue rose can save him. A vision of the fabled blue rose reveals it possesses the power to dispel the deadly black messenger. Coco's heart sinks as she realizes that no blue roses grow in this garden or the northern one. A sudden rustle announces the arrival of Chloe, who watches the girl with a sharp and knowing gaze. The young girl's face lights up with joy as she spots her sister walking through the sunlit field. Chloe reflects on her family's secrets, suspecting her sister might possess the knowledge the girl desperately seeks. Hearing her name called, the dark-haired Chloe turns her attention toward the approaching and eager child. When Chloe asks why she returned, Coco explains she must find a blue rose to save the tiger. Chloe is visibly startled, her eyes wide as she processes the girl's request for the impossible flower. Sitting gracefully, Chloe asks the young girl if she truly understands the symbolic meaning of the blue rose. In a moment of cold reality, Chloe explains that blue roses signify the impossible because they don't exist. Coco is struck by despair, fearing that her inability to find the flower means the tiger is doomed. Reaching out, Chloe gently pats the girl's head and tells her not to slump over like a fool. Chloe promises to lead the way, claiming she knows exactly where the thorn Coco needs is actually hidden. As Chloe walks away, a subtle smile plays on her lips, while Coco cheers with newfound hope. Dashing forward with excitement, Coco calls out for her sister to hurry as they search together. Chibi Uni watches as the group arrives at a cluster of vibrant, glowing blue hydrangeas in the garden. Coco gazes in awe at the beautiful blue blooms, wondering if she has finally found the miracle flower. Chloe explains that the stamen of the blue hydrangea is metaphorically known as the thorn of the blue rose. Amazed by the revelation, Coco asks Chloe how she came to possess such incredible knowledge about rare flowers. Bouncing with pure delight, the young girl declares that Lady Chloe must be an absolute genius. Chloe looks away with a wistful expression, crediting her knowledge to someone named Coco. Chloe quickly clarifies that she is referring to her beloved dog, Coco, not the young girl standing before her. A somber aura surrounds Chloe as she explains that the original Coco had a deep love for flowers. A happy memory shows the white dog dashing through a field of flowers, filled with life and joy. Chloe smiles brightly in a memory of a sun-drenched field where she spent blissful days with her pet. Turning back to the present, Chloe explains that this sentimental connection is why she forbade entering the garden. Chloe laments that human footsteps caused the dog's paw prints and the flowers she loved to fade away. Distraught, Coco realizes she may have caused her sister pain by trampling over these precious, fading memories. The young girl asks softly if Chloe misses the companion she lost so many years ago. Looking at the grass, Chloe admits she longs to truly meet her friend again, not just see traces. Clutching her arms, Chloe confesses her deep desire to feel her pet's warmth for just one more moment. Coco watches her sister with a heavy heart, sensing the profound loneliness Chloe has carried in secret. Detecting a salty scent in the air, the girl realizes Chloe has been crying for a very long time. Chloe abruptly changes the subject. Handing over the bundle of blue hydrangeas, Chloe orders the girl to hurry and help her sick friend. Coco runs toward the mansion, calling Chloe Uni as her sister watches her retreating figure with quiet contemplation. Determined to heal both the tiger and her sister's heart, Coco vows to end their long-standing loneliness. Clutching the flowers, Coco remains unaware that a terrible event is already beginning to unfold behind the scenes. A raven perched on a dark window caws ominously, signaling a grim shift in the estate's atmosphere. A nervous servant confronts a noblewoman, warning her that an unannounced visit to the sick beast is improper. Lady Leah Ammond, a viscountess with the power of empathy, is introduced as Lady Theresia's cold-eyed aide. Flashing a fan, Leah demands the doors be opened at once so she can evaluate the divine tiger spirit. A creaking sound fills the hall as a door begins to open, revealing a small, familiar shoe emerging. Coco startles the visitors as she pops out, explaining she was simply checking on her friend, the tiger. A mysterious, dark mist drifts around the girl's feet, suggesting a sinister presence lurking within the room. Leah gasps in shock, realizing her empathy power cannot detect any emotional signals coming from the divine beast. Fearing the worst, Leah and the servant burst into the room as a sudden sense of dread takes over. A close-up reveals the divine beast's limp paw as an observer expresses shock at the suspicious discovery. The white tiger lies motionless on the floor, prompting a skeptical voice to question this strangely convenient death. Theresia and Leah Ammond loom over the scene, plotting to use this opportunity to exile both Chloe and Coco. Flashing a dark smile, Leah Ammond looms over Coco, demanding to know what the child was doing inside. From the shadows, the red-haired Leah explains that Theresia sent her because of her deep concerns regarding the beast. Terrified, Coco listens as Leah reveals Theresa's order to arrest anyone suspicious if the divine spirit beast should fall. A loud thud echoes as Russ orders the lilac-haired child be taken to the underground prison annex immediately. Outside the estate, the blue-haired Russ demands entry, while a nervous guard tries to enforce Lady Theresia's ban. Gripped by rage, Russ shouts about Theresia's lack of authority as his companion tries to soothe his temper. Refusing to back down, Russ conjures a swirling aura of blue energy around his hand with a low hum. Russ begins a lethal countdown, threatening to demolish the entire structure if the doors are not opened immediately. A massive explosion sounds with a sudden "Kwah!" as guards are blown backward, screaming in pain and terror. After a thunderous quang, Russ stands victorious, while his companion notes that he didn't even finish the count. Ignoring warnings about the Duke's future wrath, Russ and his companion march purposefully through the shattered doorway. Holding a glowing lantern aloft, Russ shouts for Scruffy as he enters the cold, damp darkness of the dungeon. Russ stops in his tracks, staring into a cell where the young girl sits alone in the dim light. Rushing to the bars, Russ demands to know if Coco is hurt, fuming over the cruelty of her imprisonment. To Russ's total bewilderment, the cheerful Coco ignores the bars to marvel at a super strong praying mantis. A bright aura surrounds Coco as she plays with the insect, making Russ question how she remains so happy. Coco excitedly lists all the bugs she has befriended, leaving the two men stunned by her unbreakable spirit. Moved to tears by the young girl's courage, Russ laments her situation, while Coco tries to comfort him. Sobbing loudly, Russ listens as Coco reassures him that the tiger is merely sleeping and will soon wake. Looking skeptical, the older man asks if the beast is truly dead, but Coco remains adamant it is not. Bouncing with energy, Coco declares that she and her sister saved the tiger's life together through their efforts. A heroic light shines behind the lilac-haired girl as she clenches her fist, filled with absolute, unwavering confidence. Stunned by her intensity, Russ stares at the child and wonders what kind of person she is becoming. The dark-haired Chloe arrives at the cell, ordering Russ to stop causing trouble as her footsteps echo. Spotting her sister, Coco worries that the dungeon's pitch-black darkness will be too much for Chloe to bear. Russ notes that Chloe shouldn't fear the dark as a dark mage, but Coco insists that isn't the point. Surrounded by symbolic dark roses, the narration reveals that Chloe still suffers deeply in places with no light. In the lightless void, Chloe's hands tremble uncontrollably as she feels a bone-chilling cold that won't go away. A grim text box recalls Chloe's childhood training under a wicked master who forced her to survive darkness. A memory shows a young Chloe cowering as a harsh voice demands she endure to avoid tarnishing the Duke. The narration explains that Chloe was once starved and locked in a basement for an entire week as training. A door creaks open with a sharp k-keek as a voice calls the terrified young Chloe absolutely pathetic. The cruel memory continues, questioning how a dark mage can be so weak as to fear the very shadows. A cold red eye pierces the dark as a voice commands the trembling Chloe to get up immediately. Returning to the present, Chloe thinks her lack of progress is pitiful while her hands continue to shake. Desperate, Coco begs for her sister to leave the darkness, knowing how much the girl must be suffering. Regaining her composure, Chloe places a hand on her chest and tells Coco she has two important questions. Reaching through the bars, Coco promises with everything she has that the tiger will wake after 2 sleeps. Chloe accepts the girl's promise before preparing to ask her second, much more personal and unexpected question. Instead of focusing on herself, Chloe looks at the lilac-haired child and asks if she is feeling cold. A warm glow fills the frame as Coco responds with a soft, touched expression at her sister's kindness. Coco laughs with pure joy, while Chloe gives a rare, genuine smile, signaling that their bond has settled. Russ continues to vent his frustration about the tiger until Chloe orders him to step aside and enter. With a violent quang, Chloe unleashes her dark magic, shattering the heavy prison bars into 1,000 pieces. Chloe orders the men to watch the child while she departs to take care of an urgent matter. Waving goodbye, Coco calls for them to meet outside, while Russ remains convinced the girl is quite mad. As Chloe walks away, she realizes that Theresia has set a deliberate trap to eliminate her and Coco. Behind the cold prison bars, Chloe reflects on Coco's honesty, certain the lilac-haired child is incapable of lying. Her heels clicking sharply with a tick-tock-gok, Chloe resolves to face the impending trial head-on to protect her sister. Whispers fill the air as Chloe approaches the carriage, with servants gossiping about her alleged role in the tiger's death. Chloe offers a formal greeting to Duke Ardos, who notes her rare appearance with a cold, piercing gaze. Determined to be a pillar of strength for Coco, Chloe informs the Duke she has an urgent matter to discuss. Although visibly annoyed, the brown-haired Duke Ardos invites Chloe into his office to hear her out. While the carriage wheel spins, the Duke orders his guest escorted to the annex before heading inside to meet Chloe. Seated across from the Duke, Chloe wastes no time and brings up the subject of the lilac-haired child. The Duke warns Chloe not to interfere with his interrogation of the child he believes killed the spirit beast. Chloe firmly denies the accusation, offering Coco's own words as the only proof needed to establish her innocence. A loud quang echoes as the Duke slams his fist, questioning Chloe's sanity for trusting a mere child's word. Chloe pleads for a 2-day delay to prove Coco's innocence, promising to withdraw herself from the matter afterward. Staring intensely at his daughter, the Duke wonders what caused the spark of life to return to Chloe's eyes. In the quiet of his massive office, the Duke eventually concedes to Chloe's request for a short delay. The Duke schedules the interrogation and orders Chloe's attendance while she prepares to handle the gossiping servants. Chloe looks down coldly, intending to personally silence those who have been spreading malicious rumors about her sister. Letting out a soft "ho," the Duke gives Chloe his blessing to deal with the servants as she sees fit. Chloe departs with regal grace, leaving her father to ponder the strange shift in her once empty demeanor. Time passes quickly within the sprawling estate as the day of the tiger's scheduled interrogation finally arrives. Memories of Coco's warmth and Chloe's growing resolve flicker through the air as the trial begins. Folding his hands, the Duke officially announces the start of the interrogation regarding the spirit beast's murder. The grand hall is filled with tension as the central figures gather to decide the fate of the young girl. Duke Ardos demands the accused be brought in immediately, ready to pass judgment on the small, lilac-haired child. A heavy door creaks open with a creak, revealing a glimpse of a purple hood that startles the noble audience. Coco skips into the room with a cheerful smile, wearing a white, bare-eared hooded cape provided by her sister. Coco happily explains how Chloe's kindness and Russ' help kept her warm during her time in the dungeon. Letting out a tired the Duke struggles to see a dangerous criminal in the innocent 5-year-old before him. As Coco takes her seat, the Duke wonders if such a tiny child could truly commit a deliberate murder. The estate doctor confirms the beast's death, while noting that Chloe's constant guard prevented a full autopsy. Coco protests loudly from her chair, insisting the tiger is merely sleeping until the Duke commands her silence. Flashing a dark smile, Leah Amond steps forward and requests permission to speak as an expert witness. With a confident tiakak, Leah explains that her power of communion failed to detect any life within the beast. Leah claims that the very moment Coco appeared, her spiritual connection was severed, proving the child's guilt. Theresa hesitates, her empathy conflicting with the mounting evidence as she watches the silent, focused Chloe. Coco leaps up with a shout, declaring the tiger told her it was only sleeping to prepare for its rebirth. Skeptical, the Duke asks if she truly spoke to the beast, recalling rumors of her affinity with animals. The Duke raises a glowing finger with a soft swoo, preparing to test the child's claims with his own magic. A high-pitched key-ing sounds as the Duke activates the House of Ardos's signature ability, detection, to reveal the truth. Standing his ground, the Duke points his glowing finger at Coco, who remains completely unafraid of his power. The lilac-haired girl is enveloped in a brilliant purple light as the Duke's magic searches for any sign of deception. Theresia and Chloe watch breathlessly, wondering what the Duke's divine power will reveal about the mysterious child. A heavy, joy-yang silence falls over the room as the Duke stands over Coco, his expression unreadable. Leah lets out a mocking pft, laughing at Russ for being swayed by what she believes is a child's lie. Looking down with a bead of sweat, the Duke softly denies the aide's claim, sensing something unexpected. Coco tilts her head with a confused expression, wondering why everyone is staring at her so intensely. The Duke stares in absolute shock, unable to comprehend the overwhelming power he has just detected within the child. Coco raises a tiny fist and proudly declares her own strength, leaving the pink-haired Theresia speechless. The young girl asks why it is considered wrong to speak the truth when something is clearly incorrect. The Duke calls her a bold little thing while ordering Theresia to be quiet and sit back down. Leaning in close, the Duke asks Coco what will happen if the spirit beast fails to wake up as promised. Dark-haired Chloe checks her watch, relieved that her plan with the lilac-haired child is moving forward. Tensions rise in the hall as the blue tiger's massive paw steps forward, signaling a miraculous awakening. The blue spirit beast runs through the hall, proving Coco's earlier promise was true all along. Boom! With a powerful roar, the blue tiger leaps into the air, its presence shaking the entire room. Shocked gasps fill the air as Coco joyfully hugs the living tiger, while Chloe smiles at their victory. Waving cheerfully, the lilac-haired girl asks if everyone finally believes her now that the beast is awake. Chloe walks away with cool confidence as the pink-haired Theresia panics over the unexpected turn of events. Looking up with wide, innocent eyes, Coco prepares to make her next move, following the tiger's return. Standing beside the massive beast, Chloe demands a new interrogation for those who acted with such reckless haste. Trembling with fear, the red-haired Leah attempts to make excuses for her grave mistake regarding the beast. Duke Ardos scolds Theresia for her lack of caution in imprisoning an innocent child without proper evidence. The Duke stands firm, reprimanding the sweating Leah, while Theresia watches the confrontation with mounting dread. Russell, the Duke bars Leah from the estate, effectively ending her influence for lying about the child. Teresa watches in silence, desperately reflecting on her family's long-standing loyalty to the powerful House Ardos. Offering a rare apology, the brown-haired Duke Ardos tells Chloe and Coco to ask for whatever they want. A radiant light surrounds the lilac-haired child as she realizes her wishes are finally coming true. Coco jumps with pure joy, officially asking to be Chloe's little sister, while the Duke gives his blessing. Dark clouds gather in Coco's thoughts as she remembers her sister's ongoing suffering within the lightless void. Coco excitedly lists her simple wishes, including the chance for the three of them to eat breakfast together. A whimsical transition occurs as a purple-haired mascot celebrates the arrival of a brand new day. Duke Ardos looks skeptical, questioning the child's simple desire for a morning meal together as a family. With a bright smile, Coco explains that her sister was the only one who treated her kindly before. The narration recalls a moment when the Duke disciplined a teacher for causing the young girl pain. A bittersweet memory flickers of a younger Chloe smiling while caring for a small, white animal friend. The Duke once harshly criticized a younger Chloe for failing to live up to his expectations as his successor. In the present, the Duke and Chloe stand together, finally beginning to mend their once broken relationship. A cold portrait of their past reveals the distant, unloving dynamic that once defined the Ardos family. Russ lifts Coco high into the air, playfully insisting that he be included in their family breakfast plans. Chloe coolly rejects Russ' inclusion, leading to a comical argument as he feels unfairly left out. A gentle pat. Coco comforts Russ, reassuring him that he is still part of their joyful group. The Duke attributes Coco's chaotic energy to her age, while she insists on adding even more people. Duke Ardos is left speechless as Coco lists an endless string of wishes, from swimming to sweet potatoes. Looking down at the ambitious girl, the Duke asks just how many more wishes she intends to make. Coco shouts with absolute glee that she has 100 wishes, filling the room with infectious happiness. Footsteps tap-tap as the scene shifts to a maid calling out for the troubled pink-haired Theresia. The brown-haired maid scolds Theresia for being late, unaware of the internal turmoil the girl is facing. Behind the scenes, the red-haired Leah remains a looming threat, manipulating the pure-hearted Theresia for her own ends. Wearing a deceptive mask of kindness, Leah apologizes for her forgetfulness while plotting her next move. Leah requests to be left alone, leaving the maid to worry about her master's strange, dark behavior. Surrounded by dark roses, Leah hides her glowing orange eyes, while the maid promises to guard her privacy. Shatter smashes a vase in a blind rage, cursing Coco for ruining her once perfect plan. Slap! Leah slams her hands down, pleading with the Duke for another chance after her failed schemes. Bitterly, the red-haired girl asks if the Duke would be just as harsh toward his own daughter, Chloe. The Duke stares coldly at Leah, warning her that her attempts to deceive him have finally reached their end. Standing over his desk, the Duke delivers a final warning, telling Leah to repent for her many wrongs. Whispering to herself, Leah laments the loss of the Duke's compassion while blaming Coco for her. Dark memories swirl as Leah reflects on how her closest allies were systematically removed because of the child. Leah bites her thumb in fury, vowing that she will still become the successor of House Ardos. Coco's eyes sparkle with anticipation as she sits at the table, ready for a special family meal. A steaming plate of sweet potato gnocchi is served, fulfilling one of the lilac-haired girl's many wishes. A hot sweet potato gratin is served, followed by a sweet potato pudding with milk for the morning feast. A cherry-topped custard pudding sits elegantly on a stand, fulfilling another of Coco's many sweet wishes for breakfast. The family dines together as Coco happily eats, while the Duke and Russ observe her boundless, cheerful energy. Coco laughs with pure, unbridled joy, her mouth full of delicious food, as she enjoys the rare family meal. The Duke observes Coco with a subtle, knowing smile, noting her striking resemblance to someone from his distant past. Chloe expresses her sincere happiness at dining with her father, finally seeking his long-awaited approval and rare praise. Chloe eats with refined grace, her demeanor calm and regal as she finally savors a peaceful family breakfast. The Duke discusses keeping Coco until a sacred relic arrives, sparking Chloe's immediate concern about the child's uncertain future. The Duke reflects on how the lilac-haired girl clearly reacted to his detection magic during their earlier, intense confrontation. Coco boasts about her superpowers and the stigmata, making Russ marvel at the Duke's unusual kindness toward a child. The Duke playfully threatens Russ with further banishment for being far too chatty during their quiet morning meal. Coco pouts, feeling that Russ is being a creep by staring at her so intensely while she tries to eat. The scene focuses on Coco's bright, determined purple eyes as she processes the serious conversation happening around her. Chloe drinks tea while observing Coco's antics, confident that the young girl's presence is truly changing their home. The Duke delivers a stern warning, telling Chloe to stay away from the northern annex of the Ardos estate. Chloe and Russ discuss the mysterious empty lot in the north, which supposedly houses a distinguished guest from Rivera. The narration reveals that Theresia was chosen to treat Archduke Caligo, who was shown trapped within dark, glowing webs. Russ questions how Theresia can possibly treat a grand prince whose mysterious disease remains completely unknown to everyone. The Duke insists on making an exception for the Grand Prince's treatment, silencing any further talk of refusal. Hearing the name Caligo, Coco looks thoughtful, sensing that she has heard of this mysterious person somewhere before. Coco recalls a dark future where Caligo dies, becoming the tragic reason her sister was eventually excommunicated. Russ expresses shock at the prospect of Theresia becoming a Grand Duchess if she successfully treats the sick prince. Coco resolves to take action, gritting her teeth while Chloe notices the child's sudden and fierce change in expression. The scene shifts to the lush, green surroundings of the Ardos estate's forbidden and heavily guarded northern grounds. A label identifies the Ardeus Ducal North Annex as a rustling sound comes from the thick green bushes. Coco finally arrives at the annex, peeking through the foliage with an intense and focused look of determination. Coco observes many guards protecting the building, realizing the high importance of the person hidden inside the annex. Ducking behind a wall, Coco begins her stealthy search for the Grand Prince's whereabouts within the guarded area. A blonde boy with tired eyes stands in a garden, coldly demanding to know what Coco is. The blonde boy stares with a hostile expression, repeating his demand for the small intruder to identify herself. Caught off guard, Coco stammers while trying to hide behind her dress in the presence of the boy. Shocked, Coco reels as a psychic voice calls her pathetic, sending a jolt of static through her mind. Angrily, Coco defends herself against the boy's insult, insisting her sister calls her a cute little puppy. The blonde boy turns away with a cold command, telling the young intruder to get lost immediately. Coco fumes with indignation, with her inner spirit taking the form of an angry white dog-like creature. Determined to teach the rude boy a lesson, Coco stomps forward with her face set in a deep scowl. The blonde boy stands ready with a wooden practice sword, clutching it tightly as if seeking some protection. Gasp! The boy is stunned as Coco approaches, her scent surprisingly kind despite his earlier coldness toward her. The boy shouts at Coco to leave, while Coco realizes he can sense the kindness deep within her. Coco tilts her head in confusion, asking why the boy is so insistently trying to drive her away. The boy looks down sadly, whispering that his anger stems from the fear that Coco might get hurt. Looking into Coco's wide purple eyes, the boy issues a final, desperate warning for her to leave before dying. Coco, with her lilac hair, looks concerned for the young lord, while the crowned Emperor Mouse listens. The brown horse and white tiger react with complete shock to Coco's mysterious and insightful words. Sitting on the stone floor, Coco admits she doesn't fully understand her own strange, lingering suspicions. A memory of the pained blonde boy resurfaces, his frightened expression clashing with his cold, defensive words. Lilac-haired Coco reflects on the distinct scent of pain she noticed coming from the suffering young lord. Turning to her small, crowned companion, Coco prepares to issue a very important request to Emperor Mouse. Coco cheers enthusiastically, tasking Emperor Mouse with uncovering any suspicious figures loitering around the pained blonde boy. Held in a gentle hand, Emperor Mouse asks if something is worrying the girl, but she remains uncertain. Coco's purple eyes sparkle with determination as she relies on her stray dog instincts to investigate the boy's surroundings. Reflecting on her own past as a stray, Coco recognizes the boy's guarded expression as a mask for loneliness. Memories of street dogs remind the girl that her animal friends were the only thing that kept her going. Coco presents a glowing crystal ball, instructing Emperor Mouse to use the Duke's video recorder to gather evidence. Grasping the glowing sphere, the crowned mouse excitedly vows to give his absolute all to their secret mission. The brown horse and white tiger nod in agreement, promising to keep their ears open for any useful information. Preparations complete. Coco cheers while Emperor Mouse dreams of cheese, and they prepare to infiltrate the northern annex. Mission start. Coco stands confidently alongside her animal allies as they embark on their quest to save the boy. Meanwhile, the pinkish-blonde Theresa walks through the halls, determined to please her parents by healing the young lord. Flashback strikes outside as Theresia's mother urges her to use her purification to secure the Grand Duchess title. Theresia is told that healing the Duke's brother will earn her anything, from limitless gold to a royal marriage. Behind her polite facade, Theresia smiles with greedy ambition, finding the prospect of wealth and power extremely tempting. Present. Lifting her veil, Theresia arrives at the annex, her heart set on success as she prepares to heal Caligo. Inside the annex, a man welcomes the group, explaining that the boy suffers from a condition called ability rampancy. The pained blonde boy sits with his nanny, his powers dangerously close to becoming uncontrollable and fatal. Asked if she can cure such a dire illness, Theresia offers a deceptive, confident smile and promises absolute success. Static zips as Emperor Mouse records Theresia's murky, grayish power, noting that it feels strangely off for a saintess. A brilliant white light envelops the room, leading the onlookers to believe Theresia possesses the god's greatest blessing. The blonde boy looks dazed and overwhelmed as Theresia's power washes over him in a blinding golden flash. The servants are awestruck by the display, praising Theresia for her supposedly peerless ability to purify corrupted forces. When asked how he feels, the dazed blonde boy can only offer a hollow, uncertain response to his nanny. Watching from the shadows, Emperor Mouse realizes with a start that something is horribly wrong with this treatment. The boy remains hunched in pain, and Emperor Mouse concludes that the supposed healing was nothing but a sham. Nearby, a nanny asks Theresia if the young lord is okay, while Theresia worries about her failed purification. Wearing a false smile, Theresia lies to the servants, claiming the boy's suffering is a natural sign of healing. Theresia takes her leave for the day, while the blonde boy gasps in visible pain behind her. Pink-haired Theresia bids the boy farewell with a deceptive look of kindness as she prepares to leave the annex. The blonde boy tells his worried nanny that he is still in pain as she prepares his medicine. The nanny weeps for the boy's suffering, while he looks on with a hollow, despairing expression in his eyes. An emperor-crowned mouse scurries away, desperate to inform Coco that the young lord is in grave danger. The nanny feeds the boy a glowing green liquid, unaware that he requires much more than simple care. Dash! Sounding footsteps echo through the hall as a tiny figure races back to warn Coco of the danger. Emperor Mouse arrives back at the estate, frantically calling out to the lilac-haired girl to share his discovery. Panting, the mouse reports that the treatments are failing and the Grand Duke's brother is in grave peril. Coco is dismayed to find the crystal ball recording is completely dark, leaving them without any visual evidence. Despite the lack of video, Coco notes the audio is clear and struggles to operate the device herself. Static crackles. A hand reaches for the sphere as the recording begins to reveal a disturbing secret. The white tiger watches as the recording plays a voice claiming the Grand Duke views his son as a nuisance. The recording reveals the nanny telling the boy to trust only her, labeling the Duke a ticking time bomb. Coco is stunned as the pieces fall into place, realizing the boy was being manipulated by those closest to him. Recalling the boy's cold warning to leave, Coco finally understands he was trying to protect her from his own danger. Another revelation. Emperor Mouse shows a recording of the boy being fed a strange, glowing green liquid. The mystery liquid is revealed as Parapo berry juice, a dangerous substance used to daze and control minds. Horrified, realizes the boy is being systematically brainwashed under the guise of receiving medical treatment. The white tiger warns that if the boy's mind is weakened further, he will truly lose control and go on a rampage. Stop! Rushes out, determined to find the Grand Duke and warn him about the treacherous plot. The crystal ball glows with the faint, lingering sound of a voice that holds the key to the truth. Dark text confirms the tragic reality that the Grand Duke of Ribera is suffering from a terminal illness. Maids whisper in the shadows, wondering if the Duke's mysterious illness is a magical curse or a real disease. In the garden of dark roses, the boy's pained memories reflect his desperate wish to survive and help his brother. In a flashback, the Grand Duke explains to young Kali that he must leave to subdue northern magical beasts. Kali watches his brother depart, wondering if the promise of a return after 100 nights is actually true. Described as a peerless magic swordsman, the busy Grand Duke ventures into dangerous territories to fulfill his royal duties. Despite the weight of his promises, the narration questions if this knight will truly return, unlike their deceased parents. In the present, Kali awakens in his lonely room, finding the outside noise bothersome as he stares blankly ahead. Startled, Kali spots Coco pressing her face against his window with a wide, cheeky grin and bright purple eyes. Shocked by the intrusion, Kali demands to know how she climbed through the window as she greets him cheerfully. Coco maneuvers inside with the help of her mice friends, ignoring Kali's confusion as she invades his private space. Ignoring the boy's insistence that she stay away, Coco climbs into the room while Kali looks on in disbelief. Kali shouts for her to leave, haunted by his nanny's manipulative warnings that his presence is dangerous to others. While Coco explores the room, the boy recalls his nanny's cruel instruction to chase everyone away for their safety. Recalling harsh lessons on his noble status, Kali insults Coco to protect her, claiming she smells bad. Guilt flashes across Kali's face as he worries his protective lies might have actually hurt the innocent girl's feelings. As Kali tries to maintain his cold facade, Coco remains unfazed, focused on searching the boy's large, cluttered room. Radiant with joy, Coco assures the surprised boy that his insults didn't hurt her at all, cheering enthusiastically. The two children share a quiet moment, the girl's bright energy contrasting sharply with the boy's gloomy surroundings. Kali reflects on the nanny's claims, his confusion growing as Coco's kindness contradicts everything he was ever taught. Boldly, Coco tells Kali that his nanny's words are lies and that he is certainly not a nuisance. Sensing the nanny's approach, Coco quickly prepares to leave, warning the boy that the bad nanny is coming soon. Climbing back out the window, Coco is stopped by Callus's desperate question about whether she will truly return tomorrow. With a beaming smile, Coco promises she'll be back, leaving the lonely boy stunned by her genuine kindness. Stunned, Kali watches the lilac-haired girl disappear, her promise echoing in his mind as a flickering ray of hope. Standing alone at the window, the young lord gazes into the bright garden, longing for the world outside. Outside, Coco hides in the bushes as the nanny glares from the window, scolding the boy for moving around. Determined to save the boy, Coco tells the Grand Duke to wait while she prepares her next secret move. The scene shifts to a table holding cheese and a bottle of the suspicious, glowing green Parapo medicine. Successfully retrieving the evidence, Coco holds the hidden bottle, crediting the mice for finding it in the annex. Emperor Mouse poses triumphantly on the cheese, bragging that uncovering the hidden medicine was an easy task for him. Surrounded by her animal allies, Coco asks for their advice on how to proceed with the gathered evidence. Emperor Mouse suggests reporting the nanny to stop the Regia's harmful treatments and prevent the boy's magical rampage. Coco reflects on the situation, realizing that exposing the truth is the only way to save the suffering Kali. The White Tiger and Emperor Mouse listen intently as Coco prepares to reveal her secret plan for the boy. Coco mentions ancient magic, shocking the tiger, who questions if such a powerful and rare force is truly necessary. A vision reveals a dark heart artifact filled with ancient magic, the key to finally stabilizing Kali's power. Looking at her reflection, Coco wonders how a small child like her can find such a legendary magical artifact. Emperor Mouse, well-versed in the night's secrets, admits he has never heard of such a powerful magic item. Sudden inspiration strikes. Coco claps her hands excitedly as a new idea begins to take shape in her mind. Huddling together, Coco tells her animal friends to listen closely as she outlines a secret and daring new mission. A group whispers together in the dark room, finalizing their plan to save Kali from his treacherous, lying caretakers. Late at night, Kali sits up in bed, his voice trembling as he calls out for his nanny. Looking out at the night sky, Kali asks for a short walk to escape the stuffy, oppressive atmosphere. Desperate for connection, the boy hopes that leaving his room will allow him to see the kind girl again. A memory of Coco's warm, radiant smile fills Kali's thoughts, becoming a beacon of hope in his deep loneliness. The nanny coldly denies his request, claiming the Grand Duke wouldn't permit him to wander out in his state. Confused and hurt, Collie questions why he is confined, as the nanny reaches out with a deceptively gentle touch. The nanny's mask slips, cruelly calling Collie a stain on the family and demanding he remain perfectly still. Deeply wounded by her words, the boy stares in shock as the nanny continues her verbal assault on him. Believing her manipulative lies, Collie dejectedly agrees to stay alone, his spirit crushed by the woman's harsh words. The nanny pets the weeping boy, who now views himself as a useless noble with uncontrollable and dangerous powers. Wishing him a restful sleep, the nanny leaves the broken boy to suffer alone in the silence of his room. Click! The door latches as pained Collie lies in bed, clutching a storybook tightly to his chest. The storybook tells of a brave puppy princess defeating a dark witch and rescuing a prickly cat hero. Blossoming flowers surround Collie as he finds comfort in the book, despite the bandages wrapped around his arms. In the city, noblewomen gasp at the sight of a passing carriage bearing a prestigious family's golden crest. Passers-by identify the carriage as belonging to the ducal house of Ardos, spotting the young heir, Ruth Ardos. Smirking confidently, brown-haired Ruth Ardos adjusts his collar, ready for a secret mission with his young companion. Pop! Lilac-haired Coco excitedly bounces off a platform, eager to begin their secret shopping trip in the city. Giggle! Ruth teases Coco about her shopping plans, while the little girl focuses on their mysterious destination. Reflecting on her growth, Coco marvels at the world's height, grateful her father allowed this special city outing. Squish! Ruth affectionately pats Coco's head as she pouts, determinedly claiming she is not a scruffy little rascal. Flashback. During the Grand Duke's attention is piqued by Coco's sudden request to visit the main street. Surprised, the Duke questions her sudden desire, while flustered Coco tries to find the right words to explain. As Coco fumbles, the Duke suggests she walk in the garden instead, while Ruth looks on with curiosity. Determinedly shouts that she wants to go out to buy wonderful gifts for her beloved family members. The Grand Duke and the dark-haired woman stare in stunned silence at the girl's earnest and pure-hearted request. Shadows fall over the Duke as he contemplates her wish to buy gifts for the family she loves. Sparkling with hope and anxiety, Coco nervously asks if her request to go shopping is actually allowed. Overwhelmed by her sweetness, the Duke and Ruth clutch their heads, deeply moved by the child's kindness. Ruth begs the Duke to let her go, while the dark-haired woman remains suspicious of a hidden plot. Sternly, the dark-haired woman warns Coco to be mindful and stay safe if she is allowed to leave. Thud. The Duke questions if the penniless child even has enough money to purchase the gifts she desires. Sobbing with joy, the Duke and Ruth offer her ample funds and 30 knights to serve as her escorts. The Duke grants his permission, ordering Ruth to accompany the girl and provide whatever resources she needs. Back in the present, Ruth boasts about his successful persuasion as Coco suddenly dashes away with great speed. Ruth chases after Coco, who complains about the uncomfortable shoes the Duke forced her to wear for safety. Arriving at the bird cafeteria, Coco insists on being put down to begin her secret and important meeting. The cafeteria is revealed as the Daytime Bird Information Guild, a secret roost for elite and traveling agents. Looking at a grand staircase, Coco realizes she must climb up to meet the guild's mysterious and elite leaders. Ruth presents his booking for two, asking the staff if they have prepared a child seat as requested. As the waiter leads Ruth toward a window table, Coco realizes this is her perfect chance to slip away. Dash! Coco removes her shoes and races up the stairs, urging her animal friends to remain brave and calm. Ruth turns with a smile, only to find Coco's empty shoes, gasping in shock as the girl vanishes. On the second floor, Coco's eyes widen as she encounters a room filled with various chattering birds. The birds chatter amongst themselves, wondering if this tiny human has brought them some delicious birdseed to eat. Beaming, Coco introduces herself and explains she sneaked in to ask the bird agents for their expert help. Shh. A room goes silent as the birds realize this human child can actually speak their secret language. Caw, flapping wings surround Coco as the birds aggressively demand she reveal her true identity and purpose. A mysterious, hooded bird figure commands Coco to answer its questions from atop a high and gilded perch. Accusing her of being a spy, the birds swarm around Coco while she struggles to speak through their feathers. Frantic, Coco shouts that she only came to make a request, trying to calm the aggressive and suspicious flock. Doubting her intentions, the bluebird boss stops as Coco mentions her connection to a dog named Choco. Stunned by the name of the stray dog leader, the bluebird boss demands to know her relationship. Reaching into her dress, Coco prepares to reveal proof of her friendship with the legendary leader, Choco. Gasp! Coco presents a round snake doll, a rare token of friendship only given to Choco's closest aides. A small sketch shows Coco and Emperor Mouse, the current keepers of the genuine and precious snake artifact. In a memory, the dog Choco is remembered as a loyal and famous leader among the city's strays. Woong, convinced by the evidence, the bluebird boss agrees to hear out Coco's request for the moment. Coco asks about a legendary magic ring that can prevent a mana rampage and stabilize a person's power. The bird boss admits to knowing the dangerous artifact's location, but questions why a child would need it. Shiver. Clenching her dress, Coco thinks of the pained young master collie she is determined to save. Coco is overcome with a wave of deep realization, her lilac hair framing a face filled with sudden, profound emotion. Sitting across from the bluebird boss, Coco invokes the name of Arcun to secure the guild's vital cooperation. Through a series of flashbacks, the boss recalls how he was once miraculously healed by a pure light long ago. To the shock of his companions, the bluebird boss decides to help Coco and contact her separately later. Overjoyed, Coco beams with a bright smile, relieved that her risky gamble with the Daytime Bird Guild finally paid off. Orders are issued for an agent to retrieve the magic ring, as the boss demands immediate updates on the mission. A bird with an eye patch questions why their boss is assisting a human, despite his deep-seated hatred for them. The boss reflects on the irony that a small child was the only one to see through his defenses. A memory reveals the white puppy, Arcun, using its glowing paw to heal the bird boss from certain death. Darkness surrounds the memory of Arcun's suspicious death, a tragedy the bird boss has never forgotten or forgiven. Smirking, the boss muses that fate is truly amusing for leading this girl to his secret domain today. Ruth suddenly scoops up the lilac-haired girl, ending her secret meeting and startling her animal allies. While Ruth scolds the girl for running off, his hidden agents prepare to infiltrate the prestigious Ardos estate. Filled with renewed hope, Coco realizes she might finally uncover the dark truth behind the suspicious death of Arcun. The stern Chloe demands to know why Coco disappeared from the cafeteria, her cold gaze fixed on the child. Trembling with nerves, Coco struggles to find an explanation while Chloe looms over her with terrifying intensity. Chloe warns the girl that she will not allow any dangerous schemes or reckless behavior under her watch. Determined to appease the dark-haired woman, Coco makes a firm promise to listen and behave from now on. Chloe decides to let the matter slide, ordering Coco to go see Dot, who has been searching for her. Confusion turns to alarm as Coco hears that the black lion mark has suddenly appeared on the tiger. Rushing into the chamber, Coco finds the worried Dot examining the divine tiger as Chloe follows close behind. Dot explains that despite the tiger's healthy body, the manifestation of the black lion mark refused to disappear. The unsettled tiger paces restlessly, its agitation suggesting a powerful urge to leave the room and find someone. A spark of inspiration lights up Coco's purple eyes as she begins to understand the tiger's mysterious behavior. Sensing a breakthrough, Coco asks Chloe and Dot for permission to talk to the divine tiger alone. Turning toward the massive beast, Coco gently asks the tiger if it is feeling all right. Approaching with kindness, Coco regrets that she didn't find the lonely tiger a friend much sooner than this. The tiger explains that the mark creates a sensation of footprints in its heart, urging it to go north. Startled, Coco realizes the tiger is fighting a desperate urge to search for a specific, important person. Standing before the beast, Coco asks the tiger to describe the person it is so determined to find. Looking away with a heavy heart, the tiger describes a small, sick child with golden hair and blue eyes. Coco recalls that the tiger and its bonded person met while the beast was still inside the womb. Piecing the clues together, Coco reflects on why the tiger escaped and why she was meant to find it. A vision of the blonde-haired collie appears as Coco wonders if he is the tiger's true bonded person. Excitement flashes in Coco's eye as the pieces of the puzzle finally lock into place for her. Chloe breaks the silence, asking if Coco's conversation with the tiger spirit is finally over. Looking down sadly, Coco calls out to Chloe, her voice heavy with the weight of her new discovery. Chloe stares back with suspicion, questioning why the little girl's demeanor has suddenly shifted to such seriousness. Determined to save Collie, Coco prepares to ask Chloe for one very important and difficult request. Chloe is taken aback by the girl's sudden intensity and the clear-eyed determination shining in her gaze. A rare moment of softness passes between the two as Chloe eventually smiles down at the earnest girl. Chloe holds a golden ball, her expression unreadable as she prepares to play with the lilac-haired child. In the bright garden, the two spend time together as Coco excitedly runs to catch the ball. Coco recalls her realization that the divine tiger was desperately searching for this specific, sick, golden-haired child. Back in the sunlit garden, Coco giggles while the stern Chloe watches her closely, holding a golden ball. A decorative scroll announces the official commencement of Coco's secret operation to save the suffering Grand Duke. A messenger bird arrives, delivering a powerful magic ring with a large red gem into Coco's small hands. Watching from a distance, Coco observes guards discussing Theresa's final day of treatment for the young master. Chloe stands firm with the golden ball, reflecting on Coco's mysterious request to visit the estate today. Determined to succeed, Coco prepares to sneak away and reach the annex before anyone notices her absence. Overjoyed by her progress, Coco hugs the golden ball tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. Realizing she is distracted, Coco scats herself to focus on her mission and slip past Chloe unnoticed. Theresa arrives in a lavish blue gown, followed by her maids, ready to begin her final ritual. Coco bows politely to the pink-haired woman, while Chloe questions why they came to the estate today. Theresa mockingly asks if Chloe is curious about the treatment, warning her that bringing a child is dangerous. Coco beams with a bright smile, clutching her ball as she recalls how the Duke's father permitted this. Shocked and angry, Theresa learns that the Duke has been eating breakfast with Coco and granting her requests. Realizing the child is more troublesome than expected, Theresa dismisses them, while Coco secretly notes Chloe's kindness. With a smirk, Chloe notes that the arrogant nanny thinks the entire world is interested in her. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Theresa's facade slips as she fumes over her sister's unexpected interference. Theresa acts hurt by Chloe's coldness, while her maids whisper that she is the boy's only protector. Chloe maintains a cold gaze, her thoughts focused on finally ending this deceptive situation once and for all. Narrative text mentions a reward worth billions as a hand reaches for a string of glittering jewels. A vision of marriage with the Grand Duke appears, revealing the high stakes of Teresia's manipulation. The scene depicts a grand wedding, illustrating the admiration and fame Theresia hopes to achieve as a saint. Dark thoughts linger on the position and fame Theresia craves, emphasizing her true selfish motivations. Chloe turns away, deciding she cannot speak to the woman and must move forward with their real plan. The focus shifts back to the young Caligo, sitting lonely on his throne with a weary expression. Coco looks up at Chloe with sincere trust, assuring her that she knows she wasn't being used. Beaming with a radiant smile, Coco giggles as she prepares to follow through with her secret rescue plan. Inside the dark room, Theresia continues her painful magic as Kali groans in agony under her hand. Maids whisper about the boy's suffering in the hallway, but an older woman dismisses it as whining. At the estate, the pink-haired Theresia channels magical light, claiming she is finally healing the young master. Kali stares up with a shocked, trembling eye as the suspicious treatment takes a sudden and painful turn. The Manny's maids cry out in alarm as Theresia stumbles, appearing to have overexerted herself during the ritual. Theresia dismisses the concern, smiling wickedly as she anticipates seeing how much Khaleesi's condition has improved. Cough hunches over in agony as blood drips from his mouth, his power failing to stabilize despite the treatment. Horrified and confused, Theresia gasps as she realizes her magical power failed to produce the intended result. Staggering to his feet, a pained Kali coldly orders the manipulative nanny to get lost after her complete failure. Kali is on the verge of rampaging, blood dripping from his mouth as Theresia watches in shock. Desperate to succeed, the pink-haired woman frantically insists she can still perform the treatment one more time. While maids warn of the danger, Theresia obsesses over her status, while Kali urges everyone to leave. Darkness explodes from the boy as he warns that everyone will die if they stay near him. Theresia realizes that if her treatment causes a rampage, her entire reputation and future will be ruined. Fearful of losing everything, the pink-haired woman decides she must stop the disaster at any cost. Screaming for help, Theresia orders the guards to restrain the recklessly lashing out Grand Duke. Acting like a victim, Theresia falsely claims the boy rejected her perfect treatment and began rampaging. Bitter thoughts echo that no one truly cares for the boy, focusing only on their own selfish desires. A dark realization sinks in that everyone is the same, driven by greed and their own survival. Shadows crawl across Kali's face, his glowing blue eye filled with profound loneliness as he prepares for death. Resigning himself to fate, Kali contemplates giving up until a sharp voice suddenly commands him to stop. Coco bursts into the room, shouting for her lord to come to her while guards hold Theresia back. Reaching out with a determined hand, Coco's purple eyes shine with an absolute resolve to save the boy. Looking up in shock, the blood-stained Kali gasps as he sees the lilac-haired girl entering the chamber. Standing before the massive blue silhouette of the tiger, Kali demands to know why Coco keeps returning. Coco looks up with a tender and hopeful expression, her eyes shimmering with kindness and pure resolve. The tear escapes Kali's eye as he wonders why she stays kind despite his constant mean behavior. With blood on his chin, Kali weakly refuses her help, insisting he doesn't need anything from her. Kali warns Coco that he doesn't want to drag her into the dark hell of his rampaging power. Whispering a final apology, Kali is swallowed by a vortex of purple energy as Coco lunges through the swirling purple vortex, her lilac hair whipping as she reaches out to save Kali. Theresia screams for the young lord in a panic as the unstable magical energy violently pushes her back. A massive, pitch-black void expands rapidly within the room, threatening to consume everything in its path. Clutching her throat in terror, the pink-haired woman watches her manipulative plans crumble into a dark disaster. An ominous notification warns that the berserker will exhaust all power inside the subspace and face certain death. Chloe and the guards watch in stunned silence as the reality of the shrinking subspace sets in. Amidst the chaos, Chloe frantically searches for Coco, while Theresia coldly dismisses the girl as a mere brat. Staring at the void, Chloe remains focused, while Theresia begins sobbing, falsely blaming Coco for the disaster. The pink-haired woman cries theatrical tears, claiming the lilac-haired child was tormenting the boy before the explosion. A heavy thud echoes as Chloe stares at the ground, while Theresia hysterically fears for their own lives. Deep within the silent darkness, a resigned collie floats alone, prepared to accept his lonely, cold fate. Collie's eyes widen in shock as he sees Coco floating nearby, while muffled voices call her name. Coco groans while regaining consciousness as Collie desperately urges the lilac-haired girl to snap out of it. With blood on his face, Collie scolds Coco for her recklessness, but she stubbornly insists she isn't foolish. Collie reveals he stayed trapped to die alone, desperately promising to help Coco escape before the end. Firmly grasping Collie's hands, Coco's eyes shine with resolve as she refuses to leave the lonely boy behind. Coco presents the magical ring, asking the young lord to promise he will choose happiness once they escape. A brilliant flash of light erupts from the ring, enveloping the floating collie in a warm, protective glow. A system window confirms the treatment's success, announcing that the boy's violent and painful symptoms have stopped. Collie asks how she found a cure, and a cheerful Coco explains the ring's ancient calming magic. Stunned by the child's resourcefulness, Collie stares at the ring, while Coco remains determined to get out alive. A low rumble vibrates through the dark void as the two children look up in sudden, shared alarm. Narration explains that the subspace is completely sealed and Kalis mana is too depleted for a quick recovery. Coco gasps in shock as she realizes the shrinking subspace will collapse long before they can ever escape. A pained Collie looks down in shame, apologizing for being so helpless even after receiving her incredible aid. Beaming with a radiant and hopeful smile, Coco assures the boy that she has a plan for everyone. A loud boom sounds as the gray-haired Duke bursts into the room, urgently calling for his sisters. With glowing red eyes, the Duke demands confirmation that Collie and Coco are truly trapped in the void. Theresia wails to the Duke, continuing her deceitful act by blaming the lilac-haired child for the failed treatment. The pink-haired woman suggests sending Coco's corpse as a consolation, provoking a sharp, furious reaction from Chloe. The Duke's face is shrouded in shadow as he coldly orders Theresia to stand down and stop talking. Theresia recoils in fear, while the Duke orders a total withdrawal to prepare for the subspace's inevitable explosion. The Duke calls for a mage from the magic tower, but Chloe reminds him there isn't enough time. Standing before a backdrop of dark flowers, Chloe declares her dark magic can help the trapped children survive. The Duke questions the risk to her life, but Chloe determinedly insists she can handle the magical strain. Approaching the purple barrier with a steady hand, Chloe prepares to intervene before the subspace finally collapses. Chloe's hand begins to glow as she touches the unstable void, her magic resonating with the energy within. A sudden, loud crack echoes through the chamber as Chloe senses unexpected movement coming from inside the subspace. The Duke shouts a desperate warning as the subspace begins to fracture with a violent burst of light. Chloe's purple eye widens in pure disbelief as she witnesses an impossible sight emerging from the shattered rift. Emerging from the light, the two children run together, their hands tightly clasped as they escape the void. Kali and Coco race forward through a flurry of petals, free from the darkness that once held them. Coco looks out with a soft and serene expression, her eyes filled with the relief of their survival. Chloe is frozen in shock, wondering how a rampager could possibly survive the collapse of a subspace. The dazed Kali ponders his survival until Coco reveals that someone special has been waiting to see him. Coco excitedly presents the massive divine tiger spirit, urging the stunned young lord to say hello to it. Kali stares up at the enormous beast in silence, shocked by the sudden appearance of the tiger spirit. A memory surfaces of a younger Kali behind iron bars, making a solemn promise to the tiger spirit. Kali gently touches the tiger's nose, his heart swelling as he realizes his old friend kept its promise. Coco happily explains the tiger's ancient imprint, revealing why their separation caused so much suffering for them both. Coco observes that everything will finally be resolved if the two of them properly complete the spiritual imprint. Kali realizes that the ancient imprint will allow him to grow stronger while his depleted mana finally recovers. As the purple subspace begins to fracture, Coco frantically warns the young lord that they must leave immediately. Kali beams with a heartfelt smile, warmly thanking the giant tiger spirit for coming back to find him. Gently touching the spirit's face, Kali promises to give the noble tiger a proper name once they escape. Kali leans his head against the beast, finding peace in the fact that they are now truly imprinted. A wide-eyed Coco watches the touching reunion with pure amazement, her purple eyes sparkling with joy. Reaching out a hand, Kali invites Coco to join him and the tiger spirit as they prepare to exit. Kali leads Coco toward the rift, promising they will soon see the outside world together once again. The two children stand united amidst a flurry of petals, their hands clasped as they face their future. Crack! A violent, shattering sound echoes as the purple subspace finally collapses, signaling their explosive return to reality. A voice announces their survival as Kali and Coco emerge from the light, followed by the massive tiger. Theresia recoils in absolute horror, her face pale as she realizes her manipulative plans have completely failed. The gray-haired Duke frantically questions Coco while staring in disbelief at the legendary tiger spirit standing behind them. Beaming with a radiant smile, Coco joyfully declares that the young lord is finally safe from his pain. Someone reacts with stunned shock as the truth of the boy's miraculous recovery and the tiger's return sets in. Her expression turning serious, Coco prepares to expose the real cause behind the young lord's violent magical rampage. Coco points an accusing finger at Theresia, while the pink-haired woman desperately tries to maintain her saintly facade. Kali steps forward to reveal that Theresia was a fraud who ignored his suspicions to keep her position. The crowd whispers in shock as Kali exposes the coercive and painful treatments Theresia forced upon him daily. Theresia pleads with the Duke, but he coldly interrupts, noting that she is constantly changing her deceitful story. The Duke recaps how Theresia shifted blame onto Kali and Coco to hide her own dangerous medical failures. Chloe watches in silence as the Duke declares that none of Theresia's excuses hold any weight anymore. Shrouded in shadow, the Duke demands to know what Theresia believes was the actual cause of the disaster. Rubbing his eyes in weary frustration, the Duke informs Theresia that he has no choice but to act. The Duke acknowledges her long devotion, but confirms she is the one who drove Kali into his rampage. Theresia collapses as the Duke sentences her to confinement in the annex until a final judgment is passed. Theresia screams about discrimination and foster status, but the Duke is clearly finished listening to her hysterical complaints. With a look of pure fury, the Duke reminds Theresia that her daughter's status is her only mercy. The Duke scolds her for her disgraceful behavior, leaving the pink-haired woman looking completely defeated and pale. Turning his back on her, The Duke orders Theresia to be taken away and the annex sealed tight. Chibi Coco sticks out her tongue in triumph as the disgraced woman is dragged away by the guards. His face weary but calm, Kali suggests they leave the scene now that the drama is finally over. Coco clings tightly to Chloe's dress, insisting that she wants to stay by her beloved sister's side forever. Coco claims she needs sisterly recharging to avoid collapsing, catching a surprised Chloe off guard with her affection. Hearts float around the cuddling sisters while Kali watches the overly dramatic scene with a deeply skeptical expression. Chloe looks down with a confused and uncertain gaze, unsure how to handle Coco's sudden, intense clinginess. Kali shoots a sharp, piercing glare at Coco, clearly unimpressed by her blatant attempt to gain Chloe's sympathy. Dismissing the child's antics for later, Kali calls for his tiger and walks away with a cool indifference. Coco remains happily attached to Chloe, satisfied that her plan succeeded and her enemies were finally defeated. A radiant Coco beams with a triumphant smile, her eyes sparkling with the relief of a mission accomplished. Chloe warmly praises the lilac-haired girl, calling her wonderful for her bravery during the dangerous subspace crisis. Chloe's expression shifts to a somber seriousness as she asks Coco the real reason behind her actions. Chloe sternly questions why Coco was so reckless with her own life by staying near a dangerous rampager. Chloe wonders aloud if the child was simply seeking fame or hoping to be called incredible by everyone. Coco's eyes well with tears as she softly denies seeking acknowledgement, her voice trembling with genuine emotion. With a tear falling from her purple eye, Coco whispers that there is something her sister doesn't understand. Looking down in shame, Coco worries that her reckless intervention might have actually made her sister angry. Clutching her chest, a gentle finger reaches out to wipe away Coco's tear, offering the tender comfort and reassurance she needed. Chloe looks down with a pained expression, whispering that she was deeply worried about Coco's reckless actions. A gentle finger wipes away a stray tear, as Coco reacts with a look of wide-eyed, stunned surprise. Chloe leans in close, her purple gaze fixed intently. Offering a warm and reassuring smile, Chloe softly confirms that she holds no anger in her heart. Chloe pulls the small girl into a tender embrace, finding comfort in their shared safety. Coco joyfully squeezes Chloe's hand, her eyes shining with tears of relief and deep happiness. Startled by a sudden touch, the lilac-haired girl looks back with an expression of pure, innocent confusion. Chloe holds Coco protectively, urging the child to seek medical treatment for her own sake. A shimmering, golden light sparkles near Coco's head, catching her attention in a moment of wonder. Coco stares at her sister's hand in shock, noticing a mysterious, sparkling glow emanating from her skin. Gasping in recognition, Coco watches a radiant light pulse between her small hands and Chloe's. Coco wonders if this magical sparkle appears whenever Chloe opens her heart and shows her true affection. Resting her head against her sister, Coco feels a surge of warmth as she cherishes their bond. Chloe carries Coco toward the exit, dismissing her protests about the ball until she is fully healthy. Kali gently strokes the giant tiger's paw, marveling at the surprising fact that they are now spiritually imprinted. Recalling Coco's advice to be patient, Kali bonds with the noble beast despite the initial awkwardness. A memory of Coco's radiant smile flashes through Kali's mind, making him believe in her words of friendship. The massive tiger spirit peers down curiously as Kali prepares to finally grant it a proper name. With a bright and hopeful smile, Kali faces the beast to fulfill the promise he made in the subspace. Kali ponders several noble options before settling on the name Amilis for his new loyal companion. Splitting the focus between Kali's joy and the tiger's steady gaze, the two finalize their permanent bond. Kali pulls the giant Amilis into a grateful embrace, calling the beast his very first true friend. The nanny bursts into the chamber with an urgent cry, asking why the young lord hasn't left yet. Frantically ushering Kali away, the nanny claims a doctor sent by His Grace is waiting to see him. Kali sighs at the nanny's nagging while Amelis growls protectively, sensing the boy's clear irritation. A nostalgic vision depicts a younger Kali walking happily beside the nanny in a brighter, simpler time. Callus's expression turns cold and resolute as he decides to give the nanny one final chance for honesty. The doctor cheerfully announces that Callus's rampaging symptoms have vanished, though his stamina remains low. The nanny dabs at her eyes, pretending to weep, while claiming she wanted to stop the rampaging herself. While the doctor praises her devotion, the nanny dismisses the flattery as just her duty to the boy. Kali sits in silence with a skeptical look as the nanny maintains her mask of selfless care. A sudden, sharp click sounds as the door to the young lord's room is finally closed shut. The nanny turns toward Kali with a cold smile, informing him it is time for his regular medicine. Looking away with a heavy silence, Kali flatly refuses to take the medicine, surprising the older woman. The nanny continues to push the treatment, but Kali's voice grows sharper as he tells her to listen. Kali's eyes flare with a piercing, glowing blue intensity as he demands the nanny get out immediately. The nanny feigns deep hurt, asking why the young lord is acting this way after all her worry. A puppet show depicts a wizard frog attacking a cat, illustrating Kali's thoughts on simple, plain evil. Kali ponders why villains continue their harmful acts instead of just apologizing and seeking forgiveness. Looking toward the nanny with a shadowed gaze, Kali wonders what prevents people from simply stopping their evil. Flashing a dark and unsettling smirk, Kali directly asks the nanny for her own opinion on villains. A sharp tap sounds as the nanny sets a bottle of medicine down, visibly unnerved by Kali's question. Kali sits alone in his vast room, reflecting on the realization that some remain evil until the end. A stern official reviews a document, declaring the current discussion about the incident concluded. Narration confirms Theresia Artis's detention in the ducal prison pending a personal interrogation by the Grand Duke. The nanny, Kali, and Coco sit before the council as the official inquires about the boy's recovery. The official announces that the fate of the tiger spirit will be decided when the Grand Duke arrives. Kali trembles with nervous energy, realizing he must speak the truth now or lose his chance forever. Coco offers a subtle and knowing smirk as Kali looks toward her, providing him with silent support. Steeling his resolve, Kali nods firmly to himself, whispering that he is finally ready to speak up. Suddenly standing up, Kali points an accusing finger, declaring that a wicked person has escaped proper punishment until now. His expression hardening, the Duke demands to know exactly who the young lord is referring to in his accusation. A sharp gasp escapes the nanny as Kali identifies her, revealing the brainwashing medicine she secretly forced upon him. Holding up a glowing green vial, Kali exposes how the nanny used the drugged medicine to control his mind. With a resolute gaze, Kali demands the immediate detention of his nanny while they wait for his brother's arrival. The nanny frantically pleads her innocence, claiming she has never seen the vial despite the evidence in Kali's hand. Interrupting the lies, the lilac-haired girl sharply reminds the woman that Coco saw everything she did in secret. Raising a glowing purple artifact, Coco reveals she left a recording sphere in the room to capture the nanny's treachery. Static crackles as the sphere projects a memory of the nanny manipulating Kali into trusting only her and her allies. Kali reflects on his misplaced trust before coldly rejecting the nanny's desperate attempts to explain away her cruel actions. Looking away with a piercing, blue-eyed glare, Kali dismisses the nanny, showing no curiosity toward her manipulative excuses. The nanny is left speechless as Kali remarks that the motives of villains are always predictable, uninteresting, and cliché. Clenching his fist, Kali firmly declares that he no longer has any interest in the intentions of the wicked. Turning toward Coco, Kali offers a bright and genuine smile, finding comfort in the girl who saved him. As the nanny tries to approach, Kali sternly tells her to stop, refusing to speak with her ever again. Denouncing her dark heart, the Duke orders the guards to detain the nanny in the prison immediately. The nanny screams and begs for forgiveness as the guards drag her away, but her cries fall on deaf ears. Chloe takes the recording sphere from Coco, noting that the evidence within will be vital for the upcoming judgment. Coco looks up at the Duke, insisting that one more person deserves to be scolded for their past crimes. The sphere crackles again, replaying Therias's callous voice, dismissing the fact that the young lord was bleeding and suffering. A dark smirk on the recording reveals Theria's plan to frame Chloe for any disaster that befell the boy. The Duke's jaw tightens in fury as he realizes the full extent of Teresia's malice and her disregard for family. A loud thud echoes as the Duke slams his fist down, declaring that Theria's probation is officially canceled. Shrouded in shadow, the Duke orders Theresia's saintly status revoked and sentences her to life imprisonment within a convent. Clenching her small fist in victory, Coco celebrates the successful downfall of the enemies who threatened her sister. Turning back, Coco notices Chloe's somber expression and worries that her sister still isn't truly happy despite the victory. The Duke calls out to Chloe, and she responds with a quiet, respectful acknowledgement of his presence. Standing before the dark-haired woman in the grand hall, the Duke surprises everyone by offering a sincere, heavy apology. Chloe is visibly stunned, her eyes wide as she processes the unexpected weight of the Duke's plea for forgiveness. Looking down with a pained gaze, Chloe remains silent, the long years of neglect finally being acknowledged by the Duke. Watching from afar, Coco realizes that the Duke's indifference hurt Chloe far more than Theresia's petty, evil schemes. Deciding to give the adults some privacy, Coco calls herself a smart puppy and begins to scurry away quickly. As Coco rushes off, she stops when a voice behind her wonders where she is going in such a hurry. A gentle hand reaches out to stop her as Kali catches up, his touch soft and reassuring. Kali walks beside Coco, the two of them finding a quiet moment of peace after the day's intense drama. Kali suggests they stay together since they are both without guardians, and Coco happily agrees with a beaming smile. Looking at the cheerful girl, Kali feels a sense of relaxation, admitting that her presence makes him feel safe. The scene shifts back to Chloe and the Duke, their silent conversation punctuated by a soft, glowing atmosphere. Coco leans her head affectionately against Kyla's arm, causing the blushing boy to look away in flustered surprise. Rushing toward Chloe's quarters, Coco ignores the maid's warnings about running too fast in her excitement. Gasping in surprise, Coco stops in her tracks as she discovers a room beautifully decorated with blooming flowers. A massive pile of colorful presents is revealed, a celebratory tribute to Coco's bravery during the crisis. The maid informs a stunned Coco that these gifts are a sign of the Duke's newfound favor toward her. Kali steps forward with a noble air, telling Coco that there are even greater rewards waiting for her. Unrolling a long scroll, Kali explains that Coco can choose any magical tool from the Rivera family's legendary collection. The maid and Coco are overwhelmed by the incredible generosity, realizing the Duke has granted her a rare privilege. Kali looks completely baffled when Coco addresses him with an affectionate nickname, his cheeks flushing pink with embarrassment. Reaching for a simple, round gift, Coco decides to choose something heartfelt instead of a powerful magical artifact. Beaming with pure, radiant joy, Coco holds up her chosen present, her eyes sparkling with innocent happiness. Seeing her genuine delight over such a simple gift, Kali gives a soft, blushing smile and accepts her humble choice. Kali shares a playful moment in the meadow with Coco, enjoying their first time playing together. Flourishing his shadow magic, Kali shows off his abilities to Coco with a proud, mischievous grin. Chibi Kali juggles magically, as Coco claps, celebrating his recovery and the chance to make many friends. Calic's expression shifts to surprise when Coco mentions introducing him to her other unique companions. Coco enthusiastically lists her animal friends, asking Collie about his own social circle. Holding the orange ball, Collie hesitates and begins to stammer while looking back at the lilac-haired girl. Collie looks down with a pensive, slightly blushing expression as he processes Coco's innocent questioning. A radiant laugh escapes Coco, her eyes squeezed shut in pure, infectious joy during their conversation. Reaching out, the blonde boy takes Coco's hand and offers a firm, for realsies, agreement. Linking his pinky with hers, Collie demands Coco never forget the promise they've just made. Against a clear blue sky, the two discuss the hierarchy of their friends, placing Amius in second. Coco strolls through the grass with her ball, reassuring Collie that he'll find a third friend soon. Startled by a sudden voice behind her, Coco turns to find a tall figure interrupting their peaceful moment. Callus' bright blue eye widens in recognition as he spots the newcomer standing in the meadow. Grand Duke Rivera, Callus' handsome older brother, makes a grand appearance, greeting the children with a calm smile. Coco gazes up in awe, realizing this massive man is the young lord's brother. With a joyful cry, Collie lunges forward and pulls his tall brother into a tight, desperate embrace. Looking up with sparkling eyes, Collie beams with happiness at being reunited with his older brother. The Duke smiles down at Collie, affectionately noting how much the boy seems to have grown. A warm, gentle hand ruffles Callus' blonde hair, signaling the Duke's deep care for his sibling. Watching the brothers, Coco reflects on how warm and close their bond truly appears to be. Collie eclairs his resolve to get stronger, prompting a curious look from the Duke as Coco watches. The Duke smirks playfully as Collie insists his body is now healthy enough for rigorous training. Granting a royal reward, the Duke promises to give Collie a magnificent sword once they return home. Collie brightly thanks his brother while Coco stands nearby, taking in the heartwarming family scene. The Duke looks down with a soft expression as Coco gazes up, wondering what happens next. Startling the girl, the Duke scoops Coco up and identifies her as their family's great benefactor. Kaylee's face turns sharp and possessive as he demands his brother put Coco back on the ground. The Duke continues to hold a dizzy Coco aloft while Collie reaches up, eager to take her back. Swirling patterns fill Coco's eyes as she struggles with the sudden, dizzying sensation of being lifted high. Shaded in shadow, the Duke flashes a knowing smirk while looking down at the small girl. The Duke hugs Coco tightly, much to the visible irritation and jealous anger of the young Collie. Resting his feet on a chair, the Duke asks Coco if she is indeed the one who saved Collie. Inside a lavish hall, the Duke and Coco sit across from each other for a formal discussion. When the Duke offers her any reward, Coco politely declines, claiming she has already received enough gifts. The Duke slumps in exaggerated despair, dejected that he cannot find a way to properly repay her. Lilac-haired Coco adopts a serious expression, thinking hard about the Duke's persistent offer for a reward. Presenting a catalog of treasures, the Duke offers to take Coco to the duchy for something truly grand. Coco points decisively at a dark, pointed artifact in the book, catching the Duke completely off guard. A look of sheer shock crosses the Duke's face as he processes Coco's unexpected and bold choice. The chosen artifact, the legendary Stone of Eternity, glows with a mysterious and powerful blue light. Coco fiddles with her fingers nervously, her gaze fixed on the Duke as she awaits his reaction. Raising her fist with renewed energy, Coco announces she has a brilliant idea for her reward. With a confident gesture, Coco declares her intent to trade for the precious Stone of Eternity. The Duke stares at her in stunned silence, clearly overwhelmed by the child's ambitious request. A small smirk tugs at the Duke's lips as he looks at the bright-eyed girl's determination. A loud, boisterous pooh, ha ha, echoes through the room as the Duke bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Coco tilts her head in genuine confusion, wondering what she said to cause such a sudden outburst. Wiping a tear of amusement away, the Duke agrees to grant Coco the Stone of Eternity. The scene follows Coco's small feat as the discussion shifts toward the final acquisition of the stone. Grand Duke Rivera leans in close to Coco, their gazes meeting in a moment of quiet intensity. A sharp close-up reveals a wide reddish-brown eye filled with a sudden spark of intense surprise. Coco beams a bright, innocent smile toward the Grand Duke, confirming her sincerity with joyful energy. An anxious, quick tapping sound echoes as the Grand Duke's feet shift nervously across the polished floor. Looking deeply distressed, the aide laments the Grand Duke's unpredictable nature and his secretive meeting with Coco. The atmosphere darkens as the Duke and his companions react with suspicion to the unfolding private meeting. Muttering in annoyance, the Duke complains about the Grand Duke's disheveled appearance while meeting the young girl. Chloe calmly defends the Grand Duke, reminding everyone that the private meeting was officially authorized. A decorative frame highlights the prestigious title of Grand Duke Rivera against a textured dark blue background. Detailed illustrations showcase the Grand Duke's rare dual genius in both magical crafting and master swordsmanship. Shadows reveal the Grand Duke's darker reputation as a mad scientist who slays monsters with his inventions. Covered in blood, the smiling Grand Duke is introduced by the chilling title of the Gentle Slayer. Chloe's expression shifts to deep concern as she worries about the Grand Duke's temperament toward other children. A sudden, loud thump sounds out as the aide and the Duke continue their tense discussion. Carrying Coco with a gentle smile, the Grand Duke announces the successful conclusion of their private conversation. Bidding Coco a warm farewell, the Grand Duke promises to bring a superior gift for their next meeting. Coco shouts, "Dirty!" in protest, while the smirking Grand Duke offers a playfully insincere apology. Dismissing himself and his aide, the Grand Duke prepares to depart to arrange a special reward. With a mischievous glance over his shoulder, the Grand Duke exits the room, leaving a lingering tension behind. Rushing to her sister, Coco excitedly reveals that the Grand Duke offered her anything from his collection. A pensive smirk plays on the Grand Duke's lips, hinting at his hidden amusement regarding the situation. A shocked, "What?" echoes through the grand palace halls, marking a moment of pure collective disbelief. Prostrating in utter shock, the aide pleads as the Grand Duke confirms he is gifting the family heirloom. The aide protests the excessive nature of the reward, while the Grand Duke remains calm and unbothered. Acknowledging the absurdity, the Grand Duke simply finds the child's bold request to be incredibly amusing. Shrouded in shadow, the Grand Duke reflects on Coco's interesting choice and her unique condition for the trade. A look of realization crosses the aide's face as he wonders if his master has truly taken a liking to Coco. The scene transitions to a sunlit garden where Chloe and the Grand Duke share a formal tea. Vibrant white roses bloom in the foreground, framing the peaceful yet guarded atmosphere of the secret meeting. Getting straight to the point, Chloe questions the Grand Duke about his reasons for requesting a private audience. Grand Duke Rivera smiles warmly, explaining that his primary purpose is to deliver a special gift to her. Chloe's purple eyes widen in surprise as she processes the unexpected nature of the Grand Duke's offering. Sitting rigidly across from the blonde man, Chloe remains on guard during their mysterious garden encounter. Opening a golden chest with a soft click, the Grand Duke reveals a glowing blue artifact within. Stunned by the sight, Chloe recognizes the legendary Stone of Eternity sitting inside the ornate jewelry box. The Grand Duke watches Chloe with a knowing, intense smile, enjoying her reaction to the powerful treasure. Glowing with an ethereal light, the stone is revealed to possess the power to detect loved ones nearby. Chloe looks skeptical while a warning bubble advises her not to misinterpret the Grand Duke's intentions. The Grand Duke admits his reluctance to part with the stone, citing a special request as his motivation. Leaning on his hand, the Grand Duke smiles at Chloe, his eyes sparkling with mischief and sincerity. Chloe gazes down at her cup, her expression unreadable as she contemplates the weight of the gift. Singing a cheerful tune, Coco carries a basket of fresh flowers, her mood completely radiant and happy. Chibi Coco hums with delight while meticulously arranging the colorful flowers on a small table. Coco's face turns bright red with shock as Chloe confronts her about her secret deal with the Grand Duke. Panic sets in for Coco as she realizes Chloe has completely uncovered her secret plan for the stone. Holding the Stone of Eternity, Chloe questions why her sister went through such lengths for an unneeded gift. Chloe looks at Coco with a curious gaze, seeking clarification on the mention of love and connections. Bursting with excitement, Coco encourages her sister to use the stone's life force detection power immediately. A sentimental vision shows the bond between Coco and her animal friend, representing pure, unconditional love. Chloe looks down at the artifact in her palm, processing the selfless and meddlesome love of her sister. Chloe looks down with a melancholic expression, her words carrying a heavy sense of finality and regret. Standing amidst a void of light, Chloe laments that her true love is no longer in this world. Coco desperately protests, clutching Chloe's hand and insisting that her own love and presence are right here. Holding the Stone of Eternity, Chloe explains her current inability to channel life force into the artifact. As Chloe describes the fundamental nature of life force, a vision shows her drifting in a dark, watery abyss. Dark roses bloom around Chloe as she demonstrates that the stone remains dormant and unresponsive to her touch. Coco's expression softens into sadness as Chloe reflects on her recently stabilized yet still insufficient mana levels. A sharp close-up of Chloe's purple eye captures a moment of deep, silent, and heavy contemplation. Gesturing toward a vase of lilies, Chloe suggests that Coco should try activating the stone with her love. Coco's mood does a complete 180 as she cheers with excitement, eager to prove her affection for her sister. With a steady hand, Chloe passes the blue artifact over to the eager and bright-eyed young girl. Coco's resolve is absolute, confirming that the person she loves most in the world is her dear sister. The moment Coco's fingers brush the stone, a brilliant, pulsating blue light begins to surge from its core. A blinding explosion of ethereal energy erupts, bathing both sisters in a celestial and powerful glow. Chloe stares in utter disbelief, her purple eyes wide with shock at the massive power Coco has unleashed. Beaming with joy, Coco reaffirms that her greatest love is standing right next to her at this moment. Surrounded by flowers and light, Coco holds the brilliantly glowing stone toward her sister with a triumphant smile. The intensity of the light reflects in Chloe's eye as a soft, rhythmic sound of surging power fills the air. Sparkling with innocent happiness, Coco's radiant face confirms the purity of the bond she shares with her sister. Chloe looks away in a moment of heavy introspection, quietly questioning the weight of the actions she has taken. Coco encourages Chloe with a vibrant smile, telling her that even her darkness can be wielded with beauty. A rare, genuine smile graces Chloe's face as she finally lets down her guard in her sister's presence. A small, fluffy, white spirit puppy appears, panting happily amidst a background of blooming magnolia flowers. Chloe is stunned as Coco unrolls an impossibly long scroll detailing a mountain of extravagant rewards and estates. Chloe humorously wonders if Coco dismantled the entire palace, while the girl playfully denies being that strong. The sun shines brightly over the grand Ardos estate, the setting for the next chapter of their journey. Duchess Lucrezia sets her tea down with a sharp click, her face contorted with rage over her daughter's exile. Visions of a miserable Teresa in a maggot-filled cell fuel the Duchess's growing resentment toward Duke Ardos. Shrouded in purple shadows, Lucrezia vows to return home and reclaim what she believes her daughter deserves. Priest Pygmalion bows low, greedily clutching a bag of coins provided by the vengeful Duchess for his services. Lucrezia shares her concerns about Coco's influence, but the priest dismisses the child as a false blessing. Pygmalion recalls a past failure where Coco showed no power, describing her eyes as hollow and devoid of life. As the Duchess worries about the upcoming re-examination, her cold gaze remains fixed on her malicious goals. With a smug smirk, Pygmalion insists that a vanished holy stigma can never miraculously reappear in a child. A dark, ornate holy grail sits as a silent witness to the priest's claims regarding Coco's true nature. A close-up of Lucrezia's amber eye reveals a flicker of surprise and renewed determination for the confrontation ahead. Confident in her scheme, the Duchess prepares to depart for the estate to settle the score in person. The tea in the cup ripples, reflecting a vision of Coco and Chloe walking together toward their future. A formal notification announces the arrival of the party at the prestigious ducal house of Artos. Priest Pygmalion offers a deep, formal bow as he greets the master of the house, Duke Artos. The Duke and Coco sit formally across from the priest, discussing the return of Duchess Lucrezia. To confirm the child of blessing, Pygmalion reveals the sacred holy relic intended for the official ceremony. The ancient grail glows with an inner light, capable of revealing a holy stigma upon the slightest touch. Coco gasps in wonder, her eyes wide as she takes in the magnificent and legendary holy artifact. The Duke explains that a successful test will immediately stop the process of canceling Coco's adoption. Bursting with enthusiasm, Coco raises her hand and shouts her readiness to take the test right now. With a polite gesture, Pygmalion extends the sacred vessel toward the small, hopeful girl. Determined to become her sister's official family, Coco reaches out her hand toward the glowing grail. A sharp sound echoes as Coco's fingers finally make contact with the cold, metallic surface of the relic. The room falls into a heavy, expectant silence as everyone watches to see if the miracle will happen. Duke Ardos attempts to comfort the distraught Coco, whose head is bowed in deep sorrow and uncertainty. Beneath the cold moonlight, the ornate holy relic sits ready for the sacred ceremony scheduled for the following morning. Chibi Coco sits alone on a white garden bench, her small frame slumped in a moment of quiet melancholy. While Coco remains lost in thought, a mysterious shadow stretches across the vibrant green grass toward her dangling feet. The blonde-haired Caligo approaches through the garden, blushing as he responds to a call from off-screen. Sitting together, Caligo explains that he obtained a pass to visit Coco while his brother handles mansion business. A close-up reveals Caligo's striking blue eye, shimmering with curiosity as he observes the pink-haired girl sitting beside him. Speech bubbles over a garden structure discuss the dire consequences if the holy stigma fails to manifest tomorrow. Coco looks surprised by the mention of blessings, her purple eyes wide as she processes Caligo's unexpected explanation. Shown beside a memory of Chloe, Coco firmly declares that an annulment of her adoption is absolutely unacceptable. Caligo questions if Coco's ability is unique, leaving the young girl gasping in pure shock at his insight. Gazing out at the lush garden scenery, Caligo wonders if her gift involves gaining favor with living creatures. A close-up of Coco's purple eye focuses on Caligo's theory that blessings and powers share the same roots. Within an ornate frame, a figure invokes light as Caligo suggests Coco develop her ability through divine blessings. Coco places a thoughtful finger to her chin, humming as she contemplates the mysterious nature of her power. A vision of glowing animals surrounding a central light represents the pure essence of her unique spiritual connection. Basking in a golden glow, a silhouette of the young girl prays intensely to uncover her hidden potential. Mentions of the dog god's blessing frame a sentimental vision of the deep bond between Coco and Chloe. A sudden flash of realization illuminates Coco's wide purple eye as a new possibility occurs to her. Recalling her infancy, Coco wonders if her innate ability has been present since the moment she was born. Overflowing with excitement, Coco believes that getting closer to her sister will trigger the stigma's manifestation tomorrow. Caligo gently suggests that Coco could move to the north with him if the upcoming ceremony fails. Blushing intensely, Caligo stares with a determined and serious expression while making his earnest proposal to the girl. Eager to play, Caligo grabs Coco's hands and encourages her to join him for a game of ball. Coco looks up with a wide, innocent gaze, her face radiating warmth and light in the garden's glow. Spotting Chloe in the distance, Coco's eyes widen with excitement as she prepares to dash toward her beloved sister. Chloe turns her head, her long dark hair flowing as she senses Coco's sudden and enthusiastic approach. Coco sprints away at full speed, leaving a shocked Caligo calling after her in the golden afternoon light. Caligo looks sulky and dejected, his hand on his head as he watches his playmate prioritize her sister. Breathless and panting, Coco finally reaches Chloe, her face flushed from the sudden and frantic garden sprint. Chloe scolds the girl for being reckless, but Coco playfully argues that Chloe was the one playing tag. Coco looks up earnestly, asking her sister if she was genuinely bothered by Caligos' earlier comments about her. A sharp close-up captures Chloe's intense purple gaze as she processes the child's surprisingly perceptive and heavy question. Haunted by the past, Chloe reflects on a vision of a lonely Coco, frustrated by her own selfish motives. A close-up of Chloe's mouth reveals her silent tension as she questions Coco's plans regarding the north. The two sisters stand together in the sun-drenched hall, a stark contrast between their heights and heavy moods. Chloe's face is shadowed with doubt, while Coco remains steadfast, promising to never leave her sister's side. With a playful humph, Coco displays her stubborn resolve, her purple eyes flickering with sass and affection. Coco grumbles about Chloe's strange questions, admitting she only followed her sister to build a deeper connection. Stopping in her tracks, Coco tells her sister that she has something very special to show her first. Mimicking a happy puppy, Coco flops onto the rug, her pigtails splaying out in a moment of silliness. Looking down in utter bewilderment, Chloe questions the strange behavior of the girl sprawled out on the floor. Coco explains with a whoosh that she is trying to get closer to trigger the stone's mysterious light. Sitting on the rug, Coco looks disappointed that her belly flop failed to produce the miraculous light she expected. A look of quiet realization crosses Chloe's face as she finally understands the child's innocent and desperate logic. Coco looks up with a hopeful smile, asking Chloe to grant her a single request for her performance. Chloe leans down and gently asks the girl to reveal what her mysterious request might actually be. Coco's face is filled with pure, unfiltered earnestness as she prepares to voice her most heartfelt desire. Chloe's purple eye softens as she gazes at her sister, seemingly moved by the child's simple, loving request. Reminiscing about their cold first meeting, Chloe recalls her own harsh words regarding adoption and their fractured bond. Chloe stares coldly at her sister, her thoughts echoing a harsh rejection of their shared familial bond. A sharp ping sounds as Coco reacts with wide-eyed shock to Chloe's unexpected and deeply hurtful words. Looking downward with a flushed face, Chloe seems burdened by a complex mix of guilt and hidden affection. Vibrant purple flowers bloom in the soft light, mirroring the intense and shifting emotions between the two sisters. Chloe remains lost in thought, her gaze softened by a vulnerability she rarely shows to anyone but Coco. Overflowing with sudden joy, Coco cheers with a radiant smile as a new hope sparks within her heart. Standing tall, Coco boldly promises Chloe that she will return as a sister worthy of the Ardos name. With her hands clasped and eyes closed in delight, the pink-haired girl joyfully seals her heartfelt promise. Watching through the window, Chloe gently encourages Coco to do her best, her icy exterior finally beginning to melt. Chloe wears a confident smirk, her purple eyes shimmering with the satisfaction of turning the tables on her enemies. Recalling a moment of pure encouragement, a vision of an excited Coco fuels her sister's current bold actions. The scene shifts to a grand ballroom where couples dance under the warm, golden glow of many lights. Looking up in awe, Coco marvels at the magnificent, sparkling chandelier hanging from the high, ornate ceiling. A sweet aroma fills the air as a sniff leads Coco to a massive, beautifully decorated rose cake. A pitter-patter of feet follows as Coco runs toward the banquet hall while Chloe reflects on their arrival. Mesmerized by the opulence, Coco gazes around with wide purple eyes, taking in every detail of the celebration. A tall blonde man greets the sisters warmly, standing beside a much younger, equally blonde and smiling boy. Coco rushes to greet Caligo, who looks down with a slight blush as she holds his hands tightly. Caligo stammers that he only arrived early by chance, while his older brother playfully teases his obvious eagerness. Behind elegant fans, noblewomen whisper about rumors of the young lord taking Coco back to the north. Blushing deeply, Caligo compliments Coco's dress, and she happily credits Chloe for picking out her beautiful outfit. Gossiping nobles mention the 3 powerful spirit beasts the young lady allegedly received from the Grand Duke himself. Chloe's expression darkens as she overhears the whispers, while a blonde man nearby watches her with intense interest. The tall blonde man approaches Chloe, who responds with a polite but cautious query about his sudden presence. Flashing a dazzling and charismatic smile, the blonde noble prepares to make a formal and very public request. Chloe remains suspicious, her sharp gaze searching for the true motive behind the man's overly friendly and charming demeanor. Duchess Lucrezia raises a toast, expressing her delight at returning to the estate after her long temple stay. Bowing low, Priest Pygmalion is formally introduced as the one who will conduct the sacred ceremony the following morning. A group of specialized buff-type priests stand ready to demonstrate their ability to enhance the powers of superhumans. Duke Ardos watches intently, noting that the upcoming ceremony will be a significant opportunity for those with unique gifts. The audience erupts into applause as the Duchess smiles warmly, hiding her true intentions behind a festive mask. Looking at the Grail, Coco thinks about her desperate need to strengthen her bond with Chloe before morning. Noticing a change in his mood, Coco asks Caligo what is wrong after he suddenly becomes very quiet. Caligo watches the priest suspiciously, sensing that the man is hiding something sinister beneath his holy and humble facade. Determined to uncover the truth, Caligo decides to follow the priest while Coco looks on in curious surprise. Coco chases after Chloe with a pitter-patter of feet, while Chloe wonders what trouble the child is seeking now. Chloe senses the group getting too far and prepares to follow them before a voice stops her cold. With a graceful bow, the blonde noble extends his hand and formally invites Chloe to join him for a dance. Chloe sighs, realizing he is using the crowd to force her hand, and reluctantly accepts his public invitation. With a soft click, the door closes, leaving Caligo and Coco peeking into the lounge, frustrated by their view. Enshrouded in dark magic, Caligo confidently declares that his shadow will take his place and keep watch. A sharp glint in his blue eyes reveals his success, as Caligo confirms he has located the priest. Under the cover of darkness, Priest Pygmalion opens a secret doorway and slips into a hidden corridor. Caligo observes the blue door on the blank wall, deducing that the priest possesses a rare subspace ability. Driven by suspicion, the blonde boy decides to take a cautious peek inside the priest's mysterious magical realm. Inside the subspace, the priest stands before a second, glowing holy grail, confirming a deceptive and dangerous double. Coco is struck with wide-eyed shock at the revelation that there are two identical holy grails in existence. Caligo explains that since only one silver cup is the true relic, the other must be a fake. A sudden realization hits the pink-haired girl as she understands the depth of the temple's treachery and lies. Knowing only Pygmalion can access the subspace, Coco and Caligo urgently strategize a plan to retrieve the truth. The weight of the mission settles in as the children wonder how to successfully extract the real relic. Looking downward, Caligo expresses his reluctance to go through with the plan, yet his determination begins to flare. Surrounded by dark roses, Caligo's expression hardens as he reveals he has formulated a brilliant, albeit risky, idea. The next day, a tense crowd gathers in the Grand Hall as Duke Ardos and Duchess Lucrezia arrive. Under the Duchess's watchful eye, Priest Pygmalion prepares the silver Holy Grail for the critical and public examination. Within a dark subspace, a sinister inner monologue confirms that the deceptive plan is proceeding exactly as intended. Pygmalion wears a condescending smirk while he instructs the young girl to hold the sacred relic for everyone. A loud clang echoes through the hall as the grail is knocked aside after Pygmalion labels Coco a fake. Pointing a defiant finger, Coco stuns the noble audience by loudly declaring that the Holy Grail is a fake. Enraged by her accusation, the priest towers over Coco, accusing her of desecrating the sacred relic and the temple. As the priest demands proof, a swirl of purple energy signals a powerful intervention from someone hidden in shadows. Chloe steps forward with a click of her heels, offering to demonstrate the proof the priest so arrogantly demands. Dark purple roses materialize in the air, representing the awakening and formidable spiritual power. Standing tall in the Grand Hall, Chloe offers to provide the definitive proof that will expose the priest's deception. Duchess Lucrezia demands an apology, but Chloe remains defiant, refusing to back down from the public confrontation. Chloe boldly accuses the temple of rigging the ceremony, while the priest frantically demands evidence of his wrongdoing. A close-up of the priest's eye captures his growing panic as the sisters prepare to reveal his secret. Pygmalion stammers in disbelief, his composure fracturing as the sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the silent hall. Pointing a finger of accusation, Caligo reveals that the priest has hidden the real Holy Grail within his subspace. Coco steps forward to testify, confirming she witnessed the priest holding two grails under the cover of night. Cold sweat pours down Pygmalion's face as he desperately wonders how the children managed to see his secret. The atmosphere turns icy as Duke Ardos suggests a simple inspection, making the priest tremble with visible fear. With a playful spark, Coco announces there is another way to settle the matter once and for all. A swirling aura of dark energy surrounds Chloe and Caligo as they prepare to force the truth into the light. Ah! The priest shrieks in terror as the powerful shadow magic surges forward to strip away his magical defenses. Pygmalion cries out in denial, but the dark energy continues to swirl, tightening its grip around his subspace portal. Creak! A loud sound of shattering magic echoes as the priest realizes his hidden subspace is being forced open. Clench, Chloe grips the air tightly, and with a thud, the real Holy Grail is summoned from the void. The audience gasps in collective shock as they recognize the radiant, genuine Holy Grail appearing before their eyes. Thump! The priest is left speechless, clutching the fake relic while the truth stands exposed for everyone to see. With a quick tap, Chloe gestures toward the real cup, stating that the true culprit has finally been revealed. Grin! Coco beams with a triumphant smile, standing proudly before the defeated priest as her sister secures their victory. Reflecting on the past, Chloe recalls her surprise when Caligo and the Grand Duke first sought her out. Slurp. Sipping her tea, Chloe listens as Caligo explains the urgent situation regarding the temple and the subspace swap. Chloe calmly repeats the children's claims, her sharp mind processing the priest's plan to rig the upcoming ceremony. Coco hides behind a flower pot while Caligo asks Chloe to teach him how to control his shadow abilities. Chloe explains that her power is too unstable to teach and that shadow and darkness are fundamentally different. Caligo runs a hand through his hair, arguing that despite the differences, their abilities must share a common root. Chloe listens intently as Caligo warns her that Pygmalion is specifically targeting Coco to ruin her future prospects. Chloe suggests that being disowned might be better for Coco, causing the teacup to rattle on the table. Overhearing the conversation, Coco is heartbroken, wondering if her sister truly wants her to go far, far away. Chloe believes sending Coco to the north is the only way to protect her from the duchy's political greed. A look of quiet understanding crosses Coco's face as she realizes Chloe's harsh words are actually born from love. Lost in thought, Chloe hopes that her sister will find a home where she can be truly and unconditionally loved. Bursting from her hiding spot, Coco screams her refusal to leave, her voice full of raw and desperate emotion. Coco declares with fierce determination that she isn't going anywhere and will remain Chloe's little sister forever. With her fists clenched and eyes full of tears, Coco makes a heartfelt promise to stay by Chloe's side. Caligo gently pats the crying girl's back, reminding Chloe that Coco should be allowed to follow her heart. Chloe remains silent, her icy resolve finally melting as she processed the child's overwhelming and sincere devotion. Really? Coco beams with pure joy as Chloe finally agrees to let her stay and take a seat. Chloe instructs Caligo to close his eyes as she prepares to teach him how to control shadows. Describing the essence of shadows as stealth, Chloe channels dark energy to guide the young lord's focus. Caligo concentrates deeply while Chloe explains that controlling shadows begins with finding the gaps within the mana flow. As a shimmering darkness surrounds him, Caligo begins to feel the unique texture of the lady's hidden power. Following the dark energy, Caligo is told to imagine the priest's hidden subspace as a physical blue door. Focusing on the gap in reality, the blonde boy prepares to slip his consciousness through the magical portal. Coco asks if he is all right, just as a sudden rush of shadow energy confirms Caligos's successful infiltration. With a triumphant and sharp-toothed grin, Caligo announces that he has officially infiltrated the priest's secret subspace. Clap! Chloe applauds the plan as Coco recalls how they intended to reveal the Grail with a grand flourish. Duke Ardos roars at the priest, accusing the arrogant man of taking bribes and insulting his noble family. Gasping for air, the priest pleads his innocence as purple magical chains suddenly manifest and tighten around his neck. Thud! The priest collapses onto the floor, shrieking in agony while the surrounding nobles watch in stunned silence. Duchess Lucrezia observes the scene coldly, realizing the priest was cursed to prevent him from revealing the truth. Clearing his throat, the Duke restores order and formally announces the successful recovery of the authentic Holy Grail. Chloe stands proudly near the Silver Grail, satisfied that the temple's deception has finally been brought to light. Overjoyed, Coco exclaims that she can finally become her sister's true sibling, her eyes sparkling with pure happiness. The real Holy Grail glows with a celestial light, destined to guide those who are worthy toward divinity. Looking up at the massive relic, Coco prepares herself for the trial that will prove her status as blessed. Chloe urges her to take hold of it, and Coco admits her nervousness as she reaches for the cup. As Coco touches the grail, a blinding flash of light erupts, signaling a powerful resonance between her and magic. Radiant blue energy swirls upward, enveloping Coco in a massive mana stream that lifts her into the air. Rushing through a starry void, Coco falls alongside the Grail as she is transported into a deeper spiritual realm. Pop! Opening her eyes in wonder, Coco finds herself surrounded by a beautiful, sparkling landscape of mana and stars. Coco marvels at the stunning mana stream, but wonders how she is supposed to truly feel its immense power. Spectral dogs Choco and Cherry appear, warning Coco that humans typically harbor hatred for creatures like themselves. Coco recognizes her old friend Choco and argues that kind humans, like her sister Chloe, really do exist. The vision shifts to a dark memory of humans yelling insults and shunning a dog for being a nuisance. Shadowy figures laugh while holding stones, reliving a painful past where being different meant being an easy target. A giant spectral hand looms over Coco as the dogs question if anyone could truly love their kind. Pitter-patter. Refusing to listen, Coco runs toward her sister, shouting that she knows the dogs are lying. Coco recalls memories of an older man who fed her and a woman who protected her when she was small. A vision of Chloe appears, smiling with warmth and reaching out to embrace Coco with absolute, unconditional love. Coco remembers her past life, knowing Chloe's grief at her grave was the ultimate proof of a kind heart. With fierce determination, Coco's spirit flares as she resolves to prove the dogs wrong through her own actions. A massive burst of golden light erupts as Coco promises to help any dog that is suffering in the world. Coco suddenly realizes the sparkly light she felt with Chloe was actually her own innate power of light. Holding the Grail high, she celebrates the discovery that she possesses a blessing she can call her own. Ripples of energy fill the Grail as a voice questions the sudden appearance of this incredibly pure, radiant light. Coco stares at the cup in bewilderment, shocked by the intense reaction her presence has triggered within the relic. A brilliant glow emanates from the Grail as Coco's hidden potential begins to manifest in a blinding white light. Bark, bark! Choco and Cherry run toward Coco with wagging tails, their joyful presence filling the magical space. Beaming with joy, Coco greets her canine friends as they nuzzle her in an affectionate and warm welcome. Panting happily, the dogs explain that they have come to pick her up and guide her through the vision. Coco wonders if her powers are just simple sparkles, but the dogs insist her gift is far more significant. A glowing mark appears on Coco's palm, representing the incredible ability of light she was destined to possess. Cherry warns that this rare power will make humans desire her, which could eventually lead to her death. Struck with sudden shock, Coco's expression turns to one of fear as she processes the dog's dire warning. Desperate to stay with Chloe, Coco asks if the tragedy will happen soon, while the dogs offer their comfort. Rushing forward, the dogs lead Coco to a floating mirror that holds the answers to her future path. Shatter. The mirror breaks into fragments of light, each shard revealing glimpses of the memories and challenges that lie ahead. Inside the mana stream, Coco realizes her sparkles are actually healing energy intended for her beloved sister Chloe. Her expression shifts to one of deep shock as the vision reveals even darker truths about the path ahead. Shards of memories flicker, showing scary-looking figures like the Cold Duchess and a mysterious, smirking man with dark hair. Ack! Click sounds as Coco identifies the teal-haired man as Chloe's cheating ex-fiancé, while a dog warns her of future enemies. The dogs warn that kidnappers will target her for her rare gift and drag her to the Imperial Palace. A heavy thump echoes as Coco witnesses a horrific vision of Chloe dying after pushing her powers too far. Tears well in Coco's eyes as she is devastated by the thought of her sister suffering such a fate. Choco and Cherry offer comfort, explaining that 2 positive outcomes still remain despite the grim warnings of the future. They reveal that staying close to Chloe has already advanced Coco's ability of light to its second stage. With a look of fierce determination, the little girl vows to survive and protect the future she shares with Chloe. A sudden voom sounds as a sparkling, snowflake-like stigmata mark officially manifests on Coco's small palm. Voices within the mana stream celebrate her success, congratulating her for finally awakening her true potential. A pack of joyful dogs surrounds her, wagging their tails in celebration of her incredible achievement. Coco embraces her canine friends, thanking them for their guidance, while they tell her not to worry. She reflects on Chloe's hidden loneliness and the way her sister continues to buy clothes for her missing puppy. Coco leans in toward the border collie, asking for one final favor before her return to the physical world. She whispers her secret request into the dog's ear, her face full of serious and heartfelt intent. The dogs bark happily in agreement, promising to help Coco with her plan however they can. They all huddled together, paws and hand, meeting in a symbolic pact of friendship and protection. Pop sounds as a blinding flash of light transports Coco's consciousness back into her physical body. Outside the vision, formal notices declare that the Grand Duchy of Rivera will retaliate if anything happens to Coco. Coco finally wakes up, clutching the real Holy Grail and immediately calling out for her sister. Chloe and Caligo are overcome with relief as the blonde boy asks if she is finally awake. Coco insists she is okay, but Chloe's attention is suddenly seized by a strange light on the child's hand. Huh? Chloe gasps in disbelief as she catches sight of the glowing stigmata mark on Coco's palm. The black-haired woman identifies the mysterious, incomplete pattern on her sister's hand as a legendary half-stigma. Duke Ardos and Caligo watch intently as a noblewoman examines the unprecedented and puzzling half-formed mark. The audience begins to whisper, questioning if Coco is truly the child of blessing they once believed her to be. Choco and Cherry remain in the background of her mind, celebrating the success of their young friend. The priest argues that a trace of magic isn't enough to prove she has truly awakened a divine ability. Coco looks confident and poised, ready to demonstrate that her special gift is more than just a trace. Nobles dismiss her animal affinity as ordinary, debating whether they should put the girl through more tests. Duke Ardos turns his sharp gaze toward the Duchess, asking for her definitive opinion on the matter. Duchess Lucrezia suggests the answer is obvious as Chloe protectively shields a wary and suspicious Coco. With a cold and calculating smile, the Duchess declares that Coco must be disowned for being a half-measure. Caligo is struck with shock and anger, stepping forward to defend the girl from the Duchess's cruel words. The Duchess dismisses him, calling it a family matter, while Coco gently tells Caligo that it is all right. Lucrezia argues that the half-stigma proves Coco only inherited a fragment of the god's will, making her unworthy. She proposes sending Coco away to a different family, where the child can supposedly grow up safely. Duke Ardos ponders the situation, worrying about the inheritance headaches if they keep a commoner without a full blessing. He recalls a mysterious rainbow aura he saw, and his intuition tells him not to go through with the disownment. Pity and pain fill Chloe's heart as she watches her little sister be scrutinized by the greedy nobility. The Duke abruptly ends the meeting, scheduling a follow-up discussion for another day to decide Coco's fate. He commands everyone to watch their mouths, while Duchess Lucrezia bows with a look of feigned respect. Caligo stays by Coco's side as the Duke leaves the hall, promising to be in touch regarding her future. A sinister and triumphant smile crosses Duchess Lucrezia's face, satisfied that her plan is moving forward. Duke Ardos vents his frustration, complaining about the priest's scene and Coco's unexpected reaction while he was away. "Whee!" sounds as the energetic brown-haired man scoops Coco into a hug, much to the Duke's annoyance. He argues that they should ignore the talk of disownment since the girl performed a great service for Caligo. A vision of the future explains that being adopted into the direct line grants a child the highest authority. The narration explains that adding a new member to the direct line doesn't diminish the family's overall authority. Duchess Lucrezia Ardos is highlighted for her decade of devotion, her sharp eyes peering over an elegant fan. Duke Ardos worries that opposing her without cause will spark internal strife, leaving Caligo in a state of shock. In a garden of white flowers, Chloe sits with Coco, their bond evident as they share a quiet moment. Bang goes the table as Caligo's frustration boils over, prompting a cold warning from the Duke to watch himself. Coco firmly refuses to ever become Lucrezia's daughter, her expression full of defiance despite her small stature. Chloe admits the problem is complex, but Coco simple-mindedly insists on just being Chloe's little sister forever. Caligo and the Duke stand side by side, their faces reflecting the grim and serious nature of the current family crisis. A sharp close-up of the Duke's intense red eye reveals he is carefully weighing his next decisive move. Huh? Coco looks up with a confused expression, unable to grasp the heavy political talk happening around her. Need sounds as a maid massages Lucrezia's back, while the Duchess rests comfortably in her lavish bedroom. Lucrezia smugly reasons that the patriarch cannot act against the wishes of everyone else in the family. Huh. The Duchess smirks as her maid reports that rumors of Coco being a fraud are spreading rapidly. Narrative text reveals that Lucrezia's current power is the result of a secret deal made with the Empress. The Empress's silhouette appears, her strategies having been the key to Lucrezia's rise within the Ardos family. Enraged, Lucrezia views Coco as an impudent brat who was single-handedly trying to dismantle her carefully crafted future plans. Knock knock! The maid interrupts Lucrezia's thoughts, receiving orders to continue monitoring the developing situation closely. The maid delivers the news that the Duke has scheduled an emergency meeting for the very next morning. Lucrezia smiles wickedly, eager to attend and finally rid herself of the little girl during the upcoming assembly. The sun shines on the grand Ardos palace as the Duke prepares to address the gathered Senate and vassals. Coco clutches her skirt nervously, knowing the upcoming announcement will determine her fate within the Grand Duchy. Thump sounds as the Duke formally declares before the entire assembly that the child Coco is being disowned. What? A terrified yellow eye wide with shock reacts to the Duke's stunning and sudden proclamation. Lucrezia initially smirks at the news, but quickly freezes as the Duke's next words completely shatter her expectations. From behind, the Duke is seen facing the shocked audience of nobles as the atmosphere in the hall shifts. Turning the situation upside down, Duke Ardos announces to everyone that Coco is now officially his own daughter. He repeats the bold statement with absolute authority, leaving the small, wide-eyed Coco trembling in surprise. Wah! Sounds as Caligo raises a fist in triumph, while Chloe watches with a relieved smile. Tuck! Lucrezia strikes her hand with her fan, arguing that the adoption is illegal without her personal consent. The Duke coldly counters that Coco will be registered as the child of his former wife instead. Humiliated and fuming, Lucrezia is silenced as the Duke refuses to let her near the girl she hates. He whispers that their forced marriage is irrelevant before ending the meeting and leaving Lucrezia in the dust. Snap! Lucrezia closes her fan in a fury as Chloe watches the Duchess storm out of the hall. Lucrezia seethes with rage, her eyes narrowed in a murderous glare as she reflects on the Duke's betrayal. The Duke knows the matter is settled for now, but he remains cautious about the dangers still lurking. Squish! Sounds as Coco's cheeks are playfully pinched, making her let out a long, tired sigh of relief. The Duke and Caligo both dote on Coco, pinching her cheeks while praising her for her cleverness. Caligo is overjoyed, shouting about how he got such a cute and smart little sister to call his own. The Duke suggests that Coco no longer needs to use his formal title, signaling a new family bond. Flustered and blushing, the Duke adjusts his collar while surrounded by a sudden, beautiful aura of roses. Gasp! Is struck with shock at the sudden implication that Coco will now call the Duke father. The Duke says she doesn't have to call him that immediately, and Coco bluntly agrees it's too awkward. Now officially part of the family, Coco is eager to run off and find her beloved Lady Chloe. Sparkling with excitement, Coco's eyes glow with pure joy at the thought of finally seeing her sister. Patter dashes away, ignoring Caligo's warning to stop running as she heads for the garden. In the serene garden, Chloe sits alone, the wind blowing her long hair as she waits in silence. A sudden noise startles Chloe, causing her to look toward the source with wide, expectant eyes. Yep! A happy, sparkling white puppy leaps into the air, its presence signaling a moment of pure bliss. Coco runs toward her sister with open arms, calling out her name with a face full of joy. Reaching her sister, Coco happily asks Chloe to take good care of her from now on as they embrace. Coco stands with her hands on her hips, projecting a sense of newfound confidence and pride. Clenching her small fists, Coco prepares herself emotionally for the next important step in her journey. Coco's excitement overflows as she calls out for her sister repeatedly, her joy practically radiating off the page. Surrounded by a lush aura of pink roses, Coco beams with a heart-meltingly pure and happy expression. Chloe asks why she's being called, and Coco simply explains she just wanted to see her dear sister. Gasp! Coco reacts in playful shock, reminding Chloe of the promise that she could use that specific title. A relieved Coco lets out a sigh, while Chloe remains skeptical of why a simple title matters so much. With a mischievous giggle, Coco celebrates the fact that they are now officially and legally real sisters. The two share a quiet moment in the garden, with Chloe reflecting silently as Coco watches her with adoration. Coco's eyes sparkle with wonder and joy, fully embracing her new life within the prestigious Ardos family. Radiating warmth, Coco expresses how truly glad she is to finally be by her sister's side. As Chloe gently pats her head, Coco secretly dreams of the day she can reveal her true puppy form. Chloe notes that Coco has repeated herself many times, yet she still finds the child's persistence quite puzzling. The dark-haired woman asks once more for the reason behind the summons, looking slightly confused by the interaction. A glowing, golden, roasted sweet potato appears, representing a moment of simple comfort and childhood warmth. Chloe's sharp purple eye narrows in a close-up, indicating she is deeply observing Coco's every move. Coco leads her sister through the garden, while imaginary treats float around them in a whimsical, happy display. A variety of personalized cakes are presented, each specially decorated for the different members of the family. The Duke and his companion find that baking is an unexpectedly formidable task that requires much more practice. Coco throws herself into the task of whisking batter, determined to prove her culinary skills in the kitchen. Caligo offers professional treats, but Coco insists on eating the specific cake her sister worked hard to bake. A simple but charming cake is revealed, adorned with whipped cream and a chocolate paw print design. A fork plunges into the soft dessert, marking the beginning of the long-awaited and nervous taste test. Coco's face lights up with stars as she takes a bite, completely overwhelmed by the delicious flavor. It's yummy! Coco cheers, while Chloe watches the child's enthusiastic reaction with a soft, content gaze. Caligo presents a different tart topped with large grapes, looking proud to share the treat with Coco. The sight of the grapes triggers a sudden, terrifying realization for Coco as she stares in stunned shock. Dark, ominous thoughts swirl as Coco recalls the lethal danger that grapes pose to any canine. Coco begins to feel unwell as a sinister voice suggests testing the grapes on a helpless mutt. In a dark mental vision, grapes are offered to a small, trembling white puppy by a shadowy figure. The terrifying image of the grapes looming over the puppy leaves Coco paralyzed with intense internal fear. Chloe notices the sudden shift in atmosphere, calling Coco's name as the child becomes visibly distressed. Chloe places a reassuring hand on Coco's back, sensing that something is very wrong with her sister. Coco tries to play it off, but Chloe remains unconvinced, noticing the child's pale face and cold sweat. Panicked, Coco pushes the grape tart toward Lord Luce, insisting that he should be the one eating it. Caligo is deeply touched by the gesture, mistakenly believing Coco is just being a thoughtful little sister. Overjoyed, Caligo tells her to call him Brother Luce from now on, deepening their new sibling bond. Chloe remains quiet, her intense gaze fixed on the interaction as she processes the strange turn of events. A cold sweat breaks out on Coco's face as she realizes her secret identity was almost compromised. Chloe's purple eye narrows once more in a sharp close-up, her suspicions clearly growing regarding Coco's behavior. Coco stands with a large, calm dog while recalling a divine message she once received from the heavens. A vibrant rainbow appears as the dog god warns that great power often comes with dangerous side effects. Coco looks thoughtful and solemn, contemplating the weight of the secret she must carry for everyone's safety. Coco cheers about playing with Callie, while Chloe and the Duke discuss serious matters at the tea table. The Duke reveals that he is investigating a sensitive matter, maintaining a stern and focused expression. He asks Chloe for her full cooperation, and she formally agrees to support the family's secret investigation. A handsome, blonde-haired man appears in a field of yellow flowers, greeting Chloe with a charming smile. The blonde man teases Chloe about getting lost near his annex, while she reacts with a nervous laugh. Chloe suspects the man has made a secret deal with her father as she arranges a servant's guidance. The mysterious blonde man offers another greeting, his persistent presence around Chloe hinting at a deeper connection. A blonde man with glasses contemplates a pocket watch while standing in a garden filled with white roses. Chloe flinches in visible shock as the man brings up the pet dog she once owned named Coco. He bluntly asks if the dog died in this exact spot, causing Chloe to freeze in the dark garden. Suspicion clouds Chloe's mind as she wonders how he knows this and why he is asking her now. Chloe guardedly refuses to answer his questions, but he reveals he is investigating this specific spot for clues. A sharp beep sounds from his pocket watch as he mentions tracking the trail of a spirit beast hunter. He leans in close, mockingly asking if she killed the puppy, provoking Chloe to demand an end to his rudeness. The revelation that her precious pet was actually murdered leaves Chloe paralyzed with a sudden, shattering sense of grief. A cold, sinister smile touches the man's lips as he mentions the dark nature of the spirit beast hunter. These criminals target spirit beasts for profit, leaving behind a trail of blood and violence across the land. Beep! The pocket watch confirms the hunter was present a year ago, exactly when Chloe's puppy reportedly died. Chloe realizes the timing is perfect, wondering if her ordinary puppy was actually a secret, high-value spirit beast. Though the vet claimed no foul play, she clenches her fist as deep doubt takes root in her heart. Nearby, the Mouse King overhears the talk of investigation and decides he must act on this new information. Chloe brings the news to her father, discussing the murder that occurred near her private annex in the duchy. The Duke explains the severity, noting that ability users are also being targeted under the Emperor's personal watch. Chloe's request to join the secret investigation is met with a stern and immediate rejection from the Duke. She argues her darkness ability is perfect for tracking, but the Duke remains worried about her fragile health. He warns that she is close to a dangerous rampage and must remain under strict restriction for safety. Surrounded by dark roses, Chloe pleads for a chance, wishing her body were healthy enough to fight back. Thud! The Mouse King realizes he must relay this important conversation to Coco as quickly as possible. Coco is horrified to learn her sister is barred from helping due to the high risk of a rampage. She desperately wants to heal Chloe, but her light ability is currently far too weak to be effective. A blue bird suggests a buff ability to raise her level, but the necessary priests serve the Duchess. As Coco ponders a way to the Duchess, the mouse quips that reviving rotten cheese is a much easier task. The brown horse suggests another person exists who can provide a buff without needing a priest's specific help. Coco's eyes widen in surprise as she hears about the mysterious and powerful member of the Ardos family. Elsewhere, a group of nobles bows and shouts nervous greetings to a figure hidden within the blue garden. The silver-haired Lord Belief stands tall among blue flowers, holding a book with a cold and regal air. A young noble from a collateral family begs Lord Belief for an education to increase his personal power. Without a word, Belief holds up a hand to silence the youth, his expression full of silent disdain. A close-up reveals Belief's piercing blue eyes, radiating an intensity that freezes everyone in their tracks. The visitors panic, interpreting his silence as a command to get lost, and immediately offer their frantic apologies. They flee in terror while Lord Belief watches them go, his patience clearly exhausted by their annoying presence. Coco arrives at the high mountain, marveling at the view, while a maid carries her luggage behind her. Spotting the silver-haired man, Coco offers a polite bow, surprising the normally solitary and silent Lord Belief. She is introduced as Coco Ardos, the newly adopted direct descendant who has come to meet her uncle. Belief looms over the small girl, his stern gaze making her let out a confused and nervous "A." He silently judges her as unimpressive, but he is shocked when Coco seems to read his unspoken thoughts. "Wah!" Coco reacts with exaggerated shock, clearly understanding the insult he never actually spoke out loud. Lord Belief is baffled by the child's reaction, while the maid watches the strange interaction unfold silently. He reflects in amazement, noting that no one has ever been able to understand his thoughts before today. Coco fidgets nervously, insisting she hasn't done anything wrong, despite his intimidating presence and silent, cold judgment. Back at the palace, the Duke and his family sit in a gazebo discussing Coco's recent discovery. The Duke and Caligo are stunned that Coco found out about Uncle Belief after his long absence. Caligo encourages her, confirming that Belief is indeed the right person to help her become much stronger. Belief's unique ability, education, is revealed to perfectly boost a student's potential and overall power levels. Caligo laughs while the Duke remains wary, realizing someone has a very loose tongue regarding family secrets. Coco asks why the mysterious Lord Belief left the family, but Chloe admits she doesn't know the details. The concept of misanthropy is far too difficult for little Coco to grasp as she tilts her head. Chloe pensively reflects on her eccentric uncle's refusal to speak with others, her purple eyes filled with concern. In a cold, quiet study, Lord Belief sips tea while ignoring a young student working diligently before him. Back at the table, Coco watches Chloe's silent contemplation, sensing the heavy atmosphere surrounding their mysterious family member. Caligo warns Coco that Belief will likely kick her out, mentioning an academy established at the Rocky Mountains base. He insists that Coco will only get hurt if she goes, but she stubbornly clenches her small, pink fists. Driven by love, Coco vows to develop her abilities quickly to cure her sister's dangerous and unstable condition. Duke Ardos and Caligo listen as Coco explains her unwavering resolve to seek out the best possible teacher. A sudden, bright cheer erupts as Coco enthusiastically accepts the 3-day deadline to prove her worth to Belief. The Duke acknowledges Belief's harsh nature, but admits that Coco might be the one to finally gain recognition. Coco wears a confident smirk, clearly hatching a clever plan to tackle the difficult education that lies ahead. Inside the Belief Academy, Coco slumps at her wooden desk, looking utterly drained by the intense and confusing lessons. Trudging away from the mountain residence, Coco grumbles about her frozen sweet potato of an uncle kicking her out. She pouts in frustration, realizing how difficult it will be to achieve first place in such a short time. Other noble students snicker and mock Coco, questioning if a former commoner can even read the complex academic texts. Angry growls escape Coco as she mentally equates her rude, whispering classmates to a pile of rotten persimmons. A red-haired teacher enters the classroom, demanding silence as Coco rests her head in a weary, annoyed pose. Coco's eyes sparkle with excitement when she hears about an upcoming test she previously knew nothing about today. Despite the teacher suggesting she skip it, Coco remains determined to excel so she can return to the cabin. A close-up reveals the shifting patterns in Coco's purple eyes as she prepares for the unexpected academic challenge. The teacher presents a script from the ancient dog god, asking the class to submit interpretations by the hour. The red-haired woman kindly reassures Coco that the test isn't mandatory, unaware of the child's hidden divine talent. To her shock, Coco recognizes the ancient symbols as a clear message about communicating with the animal world. As the 30-minute timer begins, Coco stares at the paper with a focused expression, her destiny in balance. With a flurry of movement, Coco begins writing her answer while the teacher warns against the consequences of cheating. A boy shouts an accusation, claiming Coco started writing before the teacher even gave the official signal to begin. The classroom erupts in chaos as the other children brand Coco a liar and a cheater for her speed. Looking stern, the teacher feels obligated to investigate the serious allegations brought against the Duke's newly adopted daughter. Behind her glasses, the teacher's green eyes narrow as she considers the heavy weight of the student's persistent claims. Coco continues writing the translation, her hand moving steadily as she documents the secret language of the divine animals. The completed translation lies on the desk, clearly stating that animal speakers have directly contacted a powerful god. Shock washes over the red-haired teacher as she reads Coco's work, while the child looks up with wide-eyed innocence. The accusing boy points a finger in disbelief, shouting that it's impossible for a commoner to read sacred text. Fueled by a purple aura of rage, Coco barks back that she is an Ardos, silencing the insulting student. The teacher questions if the ducal house provided advanced training, struggling to believe a child could translate such scriptures. Coco huffs and pouts, indignantly insisting that she has only just begun to learn how to read properly. Her purple eyes shimmer with celestial light, reflecting the ancient knowledge that resides deep within her young soul. Coco realizes the children's disrespect is based on her past, but wonders if she can turn it to advantage. Seizing the opportunity, Coco loudly demands her own expulsion, claiming she is far too troublesome to remain there. The entire classroom is frozen in stunned silence, completely baffled by Coco's sudden and bizarre request to be kicked out. Coco skips away with a cheerful bounce, leaving the red-haired teacher standing in the hallway, looking utterly confused. Lord Belief sits alone at his desk, contemplating the fact that Coco is under the Duke's personal protection. A tense visual split contrasts Belief's sharp, analytical gaze with Coco's bright, starry, and seemingly oblivious smile. Relief fills the room as the teacher departs. leaving a sighing Belief and a humming Coco alone together. The door clicks shut as Lord Belief sternly asks how a dishonest child has the audacity to bother him. Lord Belief stands with his back to Coco, who watches him with an air of quiet anticipation. Beads of sweat roll down the silver-haired man's face as he demands to know the child's true identity. Undaunted, the girl dismisses the task's difficulty and firmly asserts that she did not cheat on her work. Coco proudly displays her translation, proving she can perfectly write her own name and interpret the ancient text. The man sits at his desk in stunned silence as the small child offers up her completed assignment. Shifting her tactics, she looks up with shimmering eyes, pleading for just a short amount of time together. A wave of stress washes over the man, forcing him to clutch his head in response to her persistence. He rubs his temple with a weary sigh, his cold composure beginning to fray under the child's relentless energy. Lord Belief finally yields, agreeing to 1 day together if she promises to teleport away immediately afterward. While the silver-haired man returns to his work, Coco celebrates her victory with a burst of joyful energy. A quick scratch sounding, the man records his observations of the tranquil, sunny weather in his mountain journal. He reflects on his newfound fondness for the quiet, solitary life he has led in the Rocky Mountains. His thoughts drift to his isolation, sensing that he has finally come to terms with his chosen path. The peaceful atmosphere is suddenly broken, causing the man to sweat with a look of mounting annoyance. Lord Belief grumbles internally about the bothersome brat, while Coco watches him with a strangely calm expression. After spending the day observing him, Coco realizes she is finally beginning to understand her uncle's true nature. She notes that he shows far more care for the villagers than his cold exterior would suggest. Despite his misanthropy, the man takes great pride in personally crafting the Academy's instructional materials for his students. A strange curiosity arises as the girl observes his palpable unease whenever an animal crosses his path. Watching him recoil from a large white rabbit, she wonders if a hidden trauma fuels his discomfort. Pondering her unique ability to understand him, Coco realizes time is running short for her to gain his help. As the silver-haired man works late into the night, the girl decides she must seek external assistance. The scene shifts to the moonlit forest, where the air is filled with a sense of mystical expectation. A quiet rustle sounding, Coco pushes through the thick foliage, frustrated by the limitations of her young body. A spark of excitement fills her eyes as she finally discovers the hidden animal path deep within the woods. Taking a deep breath, the girl lets out a loud, resonant shout that echoes through the dark trees. She calls out to the forest dwellers, commanding them to gather and assist her with her mission. A quick twitch sounding, a nearby rabbit perks up its ears, sensing the arrival of a divine speaker. A curious squirrel and a pigeon peer from the branches, drawn by the girl's powerful and familiar aura. With a joyful greeting, Coco welcomes the arriving creatures as she stands bathed in the soft blue moonlight. A diverse group of forest animals gathers around the girl as she warmly introduces herself to them. A small bird chirps happily on her shoulder, confirming the deep bond she shares with the natural world. Coco expresses her relief to the animals, explaining she summoned them to learn more about her uncle. She questions the animals about the man's past and why he chose to give up his speech. A quick headshake sounding, the rabbit and squirrel admit they have no knowledge of his mysterious silence. A powerful purple wolf emerges from the shadows, questioning why a person possesses a dog's scent. A quiet scratch sounding, Coco explains that she was once a dog before being blessed by a god. Coco recalls a memory of a purple wolf, questioning her ignorance regarding a mysterious, glowing blue forest stone. A small squirrel struggles to carry the massive, luminescent gemstone through the moonlit forest as it pulses with energy. Forest animals gather as the wolf presents the precious item, which is later revealed to be a legendary artifact. Coco is struck by a sudden realization, remembering this specific sight from her past life when she was Are. Bathed in a blue glow, Coco identifies the item as the legendary Force Formula, a power beyond human comprehension. The girl identifies a glowing blue item as the legendary Nullifying Stone, an artifact of immense power. An ethereal visual reveals the stone's ability to forcibly cancel all magical buffs and debuffs within its range. Coco recalls her past life as a stray dog, munching on magic stones to ease her stomach pain. She excitedly tells the wolf that the surrounding mountains are filled with these legendary magic stones. The wolf reassures her that the land is safe, even though it acts as a final resting place. Pure mana transforms the bodies of fallen magical animals into various types of magic stones over time. The purple wolf identifies the white rabbit as a powerful spirit beast that dwells within the forest. A sharp squeak sounding, the squirrel struggles with a sprained ankle, prompting Coco's immediate concern. Coco offers her help to the small creature, determined to use her light abilities to heal its injury. A soft hum sounding, her hand begins to glow with a warm light as she focused her power. The purple wolf watches in stunned silence, clearly impressed by the child's raw, celestial healing talent. Suddenly, a nearby stone erupts with a brilliant golden light, pulsing with a new and intense energy. Bathed in the radiant glow, Coco stares at the artifact with wide-eyed wonder as it reacts to her presence. Animals gather as Coco wonders if the Nullifying Stone's influence is causing her strange physical sensations. Pondering the artifact's range, the girl questions if merely touching the glowing magic stones triggers their power. A sense of familiarity washes over Coco as she reflects on this peculiar magical phenomenon. Eyes sparkling with revelation, Coco remembers a vision concerning Lord Belief and his fate in the mountains. An ethereal vision reveals Lord Belief within a mana stream, sparking a realization about his hidden future. A premonition depicts a devastating explosion in the mines that claims the lives of both man and beast. In the dark timeline, Lucretia discovers the mountain's riches and ruthlessly destroys the land to claim them. As animals flee for their lives, Coco holds the stone, learning of her uncle's secret, selfless deeds. The girl is moved to tears by the discovery that Lord Belief secretly supported the poor and animals. After seeing his loneliness, Coco resolves to intervene and change the tragic fate awaiting her uncle. She confides in the wolf that a higher power was right to lead her to this specific mountain. A sudden, quiet twitch sounding, the purple wolf is stunned as Coco explains the danger of the coming accident. Clasping the radiant gem, the girl declares her determination to prevent the mountain from being destroyed. A soft, quick flare sounding, the purple wolf agrees to assist her as payment for her healing magic. A quiet, rustling sound. The squirrel and rabbit watch as the wolf questions Coco's ability to succeed alone. A sharp, crisp crunch sounding, Lord Belief emerges from the darkness, catching the girl in the moonlit woods. A quick, frantic dash sounding, the animals vanish as Coco stands face to face with her startled uncle. A rapid, light patter sounding, the wolf retreats into the shadows while Coco promises to meet him later. The girl looks on with a nervous pout as she prepares to explain her presence. Lord Belief scolds Coco for her dangerous night walk, but she stands firm to discuss his mysterious condition. With wide-eyed sincerity, the girl claims she has discovered why she alone can understand his grunts. Recalling her studies, Coco mentions ancient scriptures regarding humans who possess the ability to speak with animals. A flashback shows a younger silver-haired man standing amidst peaceful animals, hinting at his long-lost connection. The child confidently asserts that she understands him because she shares the gift of animal speech. Clearly agitated, Lord Belief demands to know what the girl is trying to imply with her theories. Coco asks if he isolated himself because he mistakenly believes his animal language is a divine curse. The man's red eye widens in shock as the child's words strike a painful and hidden truth. Desperate to help, Coco pleads for her uncle to explain his past so she can offer him salvation. Lord Belief is overwhelmed by the realization that a 5-year-old has dismantled his decades of secrecy. A sudden, forceful grab sounding. His hand reaches out as he apologizes while terrifying the small child. Mana swirls violently around his palm as he prepares to unleash a surge of raw, untamed power. Declaring an end to her games, the silver-haired man erupts with a blinding wave of blue celestial energy. Coco is thrown back by the pressure of the mana, her face filled with absolute, terrified amazement. A brilliant, thunderous flash sounding, a column of radiant light shoots into the night sky from the cabin. A light, rhythmic patter sounding. Someone flees the sudden light, while voices wonder about the mountain's explosion. The curly-haired scholar stares at the horizon, baffled by the mysterious light emanating from the Rocky Mountains. A loud, angry roar sounding. Coco screams in frustration at being sent away to Solar Village once again. Her vow for vengeance echoes through the trees as she promises to return and confront Lord Belief. A low, whistling wind sounding. The man stands alone, wondering if his isolation is a deserved punishment. A past memory reveals a young, arrogant Lord Belief dressed in noble finery before his fall from grace. A heavy, resonant thud sounding. A fist slams against the desk as a father expresses his fury. The Duke berates his son for his insolent behavior toward relatives and other high-ranking nobles. A deep, weary sigh sounding. The arrogant young man mocks the simpletons he was forced to entertain. His father warns that his overwhelming magical power has made his temperament uncontrollable and dangerously volatile. To manage his son's power, the Duke orders a 2-year exile to the energy-rich Rocky Mountains. A quiet, tense clench sounding. The father dismisses his son's objections and demands his immediate departure. Years later, the silver-haired man returned to find that his father had perished in a tragic event. A dull, hollow thud sounding. He collapsed under the weight of guilt as his human speech faded away. A faint, bitter scoff sounding. The man believes he has successfully scared Coco off for her protection. Gazing at the moonlit peaks, the lonely man decides that total isolation is the only safe path forward. Sunlight filters through the Academy's glass dome as voices whisper, wondering if Lord Belief expelled Coco for cheating. The pink-haired Duchess questions her husband's presence while anticipating Coco's swift return following her alleged failure at school. A sudden, soft creak sounding. A hand grips the balcony railing as the Duchess expresses her frustration with her husband. Ignoring the Duchess's gaze, the silver-streaked Duke remains focused on his newspaper during their tense outdoor meeting. Looking stern, the Duke rebukes the Duchess for placing the girl under unauthorized surveillance without his explicit permission. The Duchess laments her husband's persistent coldness, claiming she was merely checking on the welfare of the adopted child. Amidst a swirling dark aura, the man's voice cuts through the tension, asserting that she understands exactly what he implies. Looming before a massive, regal silhouette, the Duchess warns that the Empress will be deeply let down by his decisions. His red eye narrowing, the Duke acknowledges the Duchess's status while maintaining an icy and suspicious demeanor. Bowing slightly, the Duchess reveals the priest's desire to form ties with their family and requests a future favor. A quick clatter sounding, the woman walks away while internally mocking the Duke for favoring an adoptee over her daughter. Her expression shifts into a wicked glare as she plots against the Duke, fueled by deep-seated resentment and ambition. A cruel smile plays on her lips as she vows that her daughter Theresia's quest for vengeance is officially beginning. Against a dark, splattered backdrop, a final proclamation confirms that the scheme against Coco is only just commencing. Panting heavily, Coco trudges up the steep mountain path, her small boots struggling against the rugged forest terrain. Communication sparking, Coco explains her climb via crystal ball, while her dark-haired friend asks if she was really expelled. Coco chirps about staying at her uncle's house, causing the dark-haired boy to shout in absolute flabbergasted shock. Joining the call, the blonde boy and black-haired girl suggest Coco return to seek help from the family's priests. Coco rejects the idea, citing the Duchess's interference and her uncle's strong preference for a solitary life in the hut. Gazing at the glowing blue nullifying stone, Coco determines she has finally found the secret to curing her uncle's silence. Despite her friend's worry about the man's harsh nature, Coco insists on visiting him one last time to help. Sensing Coco's unwavering resolve, her black-haired friend offers a soft, supportive smile as they prepare to end their call. With a joyful, energetic shout, Coco celebrates her plan and prepares to face her uncle once more. Arriving at the mountain cabin, Coco is surprised to find Lord Belief waiting outside amidst the blowing leaves. A quick thud sounding, her attention is drawn to a prominent sign warning that all entry is strictly forbidden. A small white dog stares at a collection of aggressive signs that prohibit mutts and warn of biting dogs. Coco urgently tries to speak with her uncle, but he dismisses her arrival as more tiresome and bothersome nonsense. Clenching her fists, the girl demands that he listen, her purple eyes flashing with a mix of desperation and hope. Lord Belief listens skeptically as Coco reveals her knowledge of the enchanted spirit beasts buried deep beneath the mountains. Coco explains that the powerful aura of the resting spirits has been influencing him for years, causing his current condition. With a determined shout, the child prepares to prove her theory and offer him the legendary solution she discovered. A quick glint sounding, Coco presents the glowing blue artifact, prompting the man to question the nature of the stone. The girl instructs her uncle to place his hand on the gem and channel his mana directly into its core. Lord Belief stares at her in stunned silence, unable to understand why she would give him such a precious item. Peering into his soul, Coco asserts that she knows he truly wishes to talk to people and teach the children. Beaming with pure, selfless joy, Coco encourages him to finally act on his inner desire to reclaim his voice. Looking down with a somber gaze, the silver-haired man reflects on the heavy guilt that drove him into isolation. He recalls the villagers' whispers and his own secret longing to finally share his true affection using his own voice. A painful memory reveals Lord Belief's father exiling him to the Rocky Mountains for exactly 2 years. Floating through a starry void, his thoughts express a heartbreaking desire to return home as a son, despite his failures. A massive roar of energy sounding, the mountain is engulfed in a brilliant blue light as the artifact activates.